The Penance of St. Drusus came out of the void with its engines burning and its gun decks awake, a warship of the Imperial Navy moving beneath full power toward Calliston Prime as though nothing aboard it had died. Its armored prow bore the scars of old campaigns. Its adamantine flanks were crusted with devotional plates and weapon housings, and the vast aquila, worked into its bow, caught the distant light of Calliston's sun like a blade. Macro batteries tracked according to established patrol protocols. Thruster corrections came at mathematically precise intervals. Docking beacons pulsed with the correct codes. Every external sign suggested discipline, order, and obedience to the throne. Yet the cruiser had ignored repeated challenge signals from the system pickets, and every transmission it sent in reply contained the same thing: 13 seconds of human breathing, slow and wet, followed by silence. The signal had repeated without variation for more than an hour. No words, no identification cipher, no plea for assistance. Only the inhalation, the faint tremor of fluid somewhere in the throat, the exhalation, and then nothing. When the picket vessels attempted to approach, the cruiser's dorsal batteries turned toward them with such deliberate precision that the Navy captains withdrew without needing to be fired upon. The sealed astropathic directive from Watch Fortress. Arioch reached the Black Reliquary before the Navy Admiralty had finished arguing over quarantine authority. The order contained no speculation and requested none. The Penance of St. Drusus had carried sanctioned psychers toward the Achilles Crusade. It had ceased to answer. Watch Captain Severin Rall was to determine why. The Black Reliquary translated from the warp beneath a storm of tortured light, its Geller field whining through the bones of the strike cruiser before reality closed around it. The ship emerged black against black, its hull marked only by the silvered sigils of the Deathwatch and the scarred badges of wars most men would never know had happened. Ryle stood within the arming chamber, while mortal serfs moved around him with lowered eyes. None spoke unless commanded. They brought sanctified magazines, sealed ammunition caskets, and weapons whose machine spirits had been woken with incense and blooded oils. One by one, the warriors of his kill team became black-armored giants beneath the lumen glow. Their left arms shone in silver, bearing the iconography of the long vigil, while their right pauldrons preserved the heraldry of the chapters that had surrendered them to this duty. Caldric Wren of the Salamanders moved between them with the measured severity of a tech marine, checking power feeds, sealing armor couplings, and touching his mechadendrites to weapon housings, while Binharic prayers rasped from his vox grill. Thales' cord of the Iron Hands locked a drum of specialized ammunition into his frag cannon and tested the feed twice. Darius Mordain of the Mortifactors opened the breech assembly of his Infernus heavy bolter, inspected the heavy bolter mechanism, and then the Prometheum feed of the underslung flamer before sealing both. Nicanor Vael of the Black Templars maglocked his storm shield to his forearm and whispered an oath so quietly even the chamber servitors did not register it. Hrothskeld ran the teeth of his chainsword across the edge of one armored gauntlet, listening to the motor's predatory growl. "Does this thing bleed?" he asked. Rahl fitted his helm, and his voice emerged from the grill as a cold, mechanical baritone. "Everything that enters real space does." No one laughed. That was not why they were here. The strike cruiser rolled onto an interception vector, while the Deathwatch completed final rites of arming. Rahl's helm display filled with the wireframe outline of the Penance of St. Drusus. Every deck and compartment the Ordo Xenos had been able to obtain from Navy archives, reconstructed into a ghostly tactical schematic. More than 20,000 life signs remained aboard. Their distribution was wrong. Thousands of crewmen occupied duty stations, barracks, gunnery chambers, and engineering spaces, but according to the Black Reliquary's augurs, many of them had not shifted position in the entire time the ship had been under observation. The cruiser was alive with human bodies and almost entirely absent of human motion. Ikar Scythe of the Raven Guard examined the command spine schematics. In silence, before indicating 3 ingress points. Bridge access here, astropathic decks here, gunnery spine here. His voice was quiet, even over the kill team channel. Raoul divided the force. Scythe would lead the secondary breach toward the command decks. Raoul would take Cade, Vael, Skeld, Cord, Mordain, Hale, and Wren through the gunnery spine and force a route toward the astropathic sanctum. The boarding torpedoes launched without ceremony. Their acceleration pressed even transhuman bodies back against restraint harnesses as the black cylinders tore across the narrowing void. Behind them, the black reliquary began flooding the Imperial cruiser with jamming signals, drowning every vox band beneath encrypted static. If there was something aboard the Pennants capable of calling for aid, Raoul intended to make certain no one heard it. The boarding torpedo struck hard enough to deform 3 decks around the impact point. Magnetic clamps bit, breaching charges fired. A circular plate of Navy armor vanished inward in a storm of molten metal, and the Deathwatch entered through smoke so hot it would have blistered mortal lungs. They did not roar their names or announce their coming. Vael entered first behind his storm shield, Raoul immediately behind him, their bolters already aligned with the corridor. Cord and Mordain took the rear angles, while Wren released a servo skull into the darkness. The gunnery spine smelled of hot metal, incense residue, propellant grease, and something else beneath it all, a coppery organic stink, thick enough for their armor filters to identify airborne blood proteins. The first crewman they found stood beside a shell conveyor in absolute silence. There were 40 of them, ratings in grey work fatigues, loaders and artificers and deck serfs staring at the wall. None turned when 8 space marines entered the compartment. None acknowledged the muzzle of Raoul's bolter. Hale swept them with his diagnoster. Their hearts were beating. Their lungs were functioning. Several had wet themselves where they stood. Neurological activity elevated, the apothecary reported. No natural explanation. Raoul looked toward the far bulkhead as it sealed with a hydraulic concussion. Another closed behind them, then another, deeper in the vessel. Wren connected to a wall terminal and broke through the ship's command restrictions. Bulkhead closure is deliberate. They are shaping our route. Cade's hand tightened around the haft of his force weapon. Not they, the librarian said. It. They reached the first intersection, and the ship tried to kill them. Every crewman in the adjoining compartments moved at once. There was no warning shout, no rising panic, and no ragged charge. Hundreds of Navy armsmen stepped from firing recesses with the disciplined simultaneity of a parade ground drill and opened fire from 3 levels of the gunnery spine. Shotguns thundered. Lasbolts slashed red through the smoke. Heavy stubbers hammered from elevated galleries, while men below fired from kneeling ranks over the shoulders of the men in front. The ambush had been prepared by minds that understood naval defense doctrine. Vael's storm shield took the first storm of fire, impacts cracking against its field in white flashes, while Raoul marked targets through his helm display. Upper gallery, heavy weapons, cord. The Iron Hand fired once. His frag cannon spoke with a brutal concussion, and the gallery ceased to exist as a fighting position. Men vanished inside a spreading cloud of blood, cloth, and pulverized bone. Mordain's Infernus heavy bolter barked in controlled bursts. Mass-reactive shells struck armsmen in the chest and abdomen, penetrated, then detonated. Torsos split open from within. One man's spine and lungs burst through his back in a fan of red matter before the remains struck the bulkhead. Another lost everything above the pelvis, his legs remaining upright for an impossible fraction of a second before collapsing beneath ropes of intestine. The Deathwatch advanced into the fire. Las beams scorched black ceramite. Shotgun pellets flattened against pauldrons. A heavy stubber burst struck Skeld across the breastplate and shoulder, gouging bright scars through the black paint. He answered with his bolter, each shot placed with the casual accuracy of a warrior who had spent centuries learning how bodies failed. Heads burst, Arms were torn away at the shoulder, men folded around wounds large, enough to see through. The enslaved did not break. That was the first thing Raoul found useful. Mortal troops, no matter how disciplined, reacted to slaughter. They ducked, flinched, hesitated when the man beside them erupted into steaming pieces. These did none of those things. They maintained firing rhythms while blood coated their faces and fragments of their comrades struck them. A rating with half his jaw gone reloaded an autogun while kneeling in another man's entrails. A gunner continued feeding ammunition into a stubber after a bolt shell had removed his left arm and most of his ribs. He only stopped when Vael crossed the distance and smashed the rim of his storm shield into the man's skull. Bone collapsed inward with a wet crack. Vael stepped over the body without looking down. "No fear," Skeld growled over the vox. "No self-preservation." "They are being spent," Raoul replied. "Find who holds the purse." The answer came in fragments. Their attackers abruptly stopped. Weapons clattered to the deck. Men staggered as though waking from anesthesia, faces transforming from blank obedience into incomprehension and terror. One dropped to his knees amid the dead and stared at the blood on his hands. Another began screaming. A dozen raised empty palms. "Astartes," one of them gasped. "By the throne, help us. Please, we could see it. We could see everything." Hale moved forward, seized the nearest man by the throat, and lifted him one-handed. The apothecary pressed a diagnoster probe against the rating's temple. The device clicked, chirped once, and produced a cluster of warning glyphs. Abnormal synaptic scarring, foreign psychic imprinting, compromised. The man's eyes widened. "No, no, Lord. Emperor, preserve me. I am loyal. I am still—" Raoul's bolt pistol fired before he completed the invocation. The shell entered beneath the eye and detonated inside the skull. The back of the man's head opened across the deck in a sheet of bone splinters, grey matter, and blood. The remaining survivors recoiled. Several began praying. Vael killed them methodically, his bolt pistol moving from face to face as though he were clearing defective ammunition from a rack. The last man managed to whisper, "Mercy," before a mass-reactive round ruptured his mouth and blew the rear of his skull across the bulkhead. Raoul did not rebuke the Templar. There was nothing to rebuke. The astropathic decks lay 3 bulkheads deeper. The moment the first sealed door opened, Cade stopped moving. His psychic hood emitted a sharp warning tone that became a scream of machine static across his internal systems. He bent slightly beneath a pressure no one else could feel. Vael turned his helm toward him. "Speak, witch." Cade ignored the insult. His breathing had become deliberate. "The warp is close." Raoul watched the librarian's vital signs climb across the shared command feed. "Demonic." Cade remained silent for several heartbeats. Beyond the doorway, the passage descended into darkness, its devotional lumen strips smashed from within. "No." That answer changed the kill team's posture more than any alarm would have. Cade stepped through, and every ward inscribed into his armor seemed to itch beneath his skin. There is no possession here, no entity forcing itself through by corruption or invocation. I sense minds being pulled outward, drawn toward something, used as purchase. His voice hardened. "Something is moving along them." Vael raised his shield. "A Xenos witch." "A predator," Cade corrected. Raoul's bolter remained fixed upon the dark passage. "Purpose?" The librarian looked into a distance none of them could see. "Not conquest, not worship." He tasted blood where he had bitten his tongue without noticing. "Feeding." The sanctum doors had been barricaded from the outside. Ren burned through the locks, and Vael shouldered the doors inward. The smell struck them first, overwhelming even through armor filtration. Blood, faces, spoiled tissue, and the sweet chemical reek of ruptured organs. The chamber beyond had once been a place of imperial solemnity, its walls crowded with devotional script and brass representations of the Emperor's radiant gaze. Now the central dais had become something else. The astropath occupying it had not merely been mutilated, he had been reorganized. His torso had split from sternum to pelvis and opened outward until his ribs curved around a vertical aperture, like the struts of some obscene shrine. Vertebrae had elongated into pale hooked spars. Internal organs still twitched within membranes stretched too thin to conceal them. The heart remained alive, beating within the left wall of the structure and pumping blood through vessels that no longer followed any human anatomy. Hale approached slowly. His diagnoster returned mutually contradictory readings. "The host is clinically dead as an individual organism," he said, "yet the tissues remain metabolically active." Skeld stared at the opening framed by the man's body. Beyond it, there was no chamber wall. There was depth, darkness, motion. Something moved on the other side. The membrane bulged. Vael planted his shield. Cord brought the frag cannon to bear. Cade shouted, "Wait!" The word came too late. The aperture dilated with a convulsion that snapped two of the astropath's remaining ribs, and the thing on the other side pushed through into real space. It was wider than a man and floated without visible means of support, its body a leathery, sack-like mass ridged with wet folds. Pale tentacles writhed beneath it, some thin as cables, others thick enough to encircle an Astarte's thigh. There were sensory structures in its flesh, but nothing Ral could interpret as a face. It carried no blade, no firearm, and no armor. 3 Navy armsmen emerged from a side door behind it. Their faces were wet with tears. One whispered, "No," with perfect awareness of what his own hands were doing. All 3 raised their weapons to their heads. The first shotgun discharged beneath the chin and stripped the man's face upward in a burst of teeth and brains. The second armsman fired an autogun through his own mouth until the back of his skull became a red crater. The third tried to resist long enough for his weapon to tremble away from his temple. His arm snapped back into place, as though jerked by an invisible cable. He fired. The enslaver had not moved. "Contact!" Ral's command was enough. Bolters opened fire. The first shells struck, tearing dark holes through the creature's hide, but its body blurred between impacts. Some rounds passed through empty air, where it had been a fraction of a heartbeat earlier, and exploded against the sanctum walls. Cade staggered. "It is slipping between states." The creature's presence struck him like a fist driven through the front of his skull. Vael moved in front of the librarian, as more enthralled crewmen poured through the side passages, not firing now, but reaching for Cade with empty hands. The Black Templar smashed the first man's chest apart with his shield and shot the next through the throat. Skeld severed 3 arms in one chainsword sweep and opened a 4th attacker from collarbone to hip, the blade throwing blood and fragments of lung across his armor. Still they came. Cord waited. He did not waste the shot while the target shimmered. Cade forced himself upright, blood running from one nostril. Now! The enslaver solidified as it reached psychically toward him. Cord fired. The frag cannon's discharge filled the sanctum with thunder. The enslaver's left side burst apart. Sheets of leathery tissue struck the walls. Pale organs tumbled wetly across the dais and burst beneath the boots of charging armsmen. The creature spasmed, but did not fall. Skeld crossed the chamber before Ral could order him forward. His chainsword came down through a cluster of tentacles and bit into the alien's central mass. The weapon screamed as its teeth chewed through rubbery flesh, spraying black-red fluid across the Space Wolf's helm. The psychic pressure surged. For an instant, Skeld's arms locked, and the enslaver's remaining tendrils wrapped around his shoulder and throat. Vael drove into the creature from the other side, storm shield smashing it back into full corporeality. "Finish it, brother!" Skeld snarled something in Fenrisian and rammed the chainsword deeper. The motor changed pitch as the teeth found denser tissue. The alien ruptured down the middle. A steaming mass of organs spilled over Skeld's arms and struck the deck in twitching coils. He tore the blade free and hacked again until nothing remained upright enough to command a human body. Silence came badly to the chamber. The dead enslaver lay in pieces among the dead crew, its remains unquestionably physical now that the thing had been forced to die in real space. Hale immediately began taking samples. Wren sealed the surviving passageways. Raoul checked Scythe's position and received a clipped report from the Raven Guard. Command deck secured, bridge crew terminated, no surviving officers judged uncontaminated. Cade had not answered anything. He stood before the ruined flesh gate, staring into the sagging membrane. "Do not touch it," Vielle warned. The librarian reached forward anyway. His gauntlet contacted the wet tissue, and the universe opened inside his skull. Calliston Prime filled him. He did not see continents or hives in the way an orbital Auspex saw them. He saw minds, billions of them, each a spark in a darkness vast enough to drown suns. 22 billion human souls burned below, packed into hive stacks, manufactoria, barracks, transit tunnels, and orbital facilities. Most flickered with ordinary fear, hunger, anger, devotion, and exhaustion. Beneath them, among them, threaded through them, Cade sensed other things. Holes where minds should have been, concentrations of psychic pressure, openings beginning to take shape around captured psychers. Dozens, scores, more appearing as he perceived them, perhaps hundreds. His hand tore free from the gate. He fell to one knee hard enough to crack the blood-slicked decking. Raoul caught the librarian by one pauldron before he collapsed completely. "Report." Cade's eyes were wide behind his helm lenses. "The world." His voice was hoarse. "It is already there." Raoul said nothing. Cade forced the words out. The cruiser did not bring the infestation to Calliston Prime. It was fleeing from it. For the first time since boarding, no member of the kill team answered immediately. Across the command channel came only the low breathing of transhuman warriors and the distant crackle of fire. Raoul looked through the Sanctum's armored observation port toward the planet below. Calliston Prime turned beneath them in majestic silence, its night side ablaze with hive lights, orbital yards, and industrial continents. 22 billion human beings continued their labors beneath those lights, unaware that predators from beyond reality had already entered their world. "Wren," Raoul said, "signal the Black Reliquary, Ordo Xenos Authority, full system quarantine. Nothing leaves Calliston Prime." The Tech Marine acknowledged. Raoul looked again at the planet, then at the mutilated astropath whose body had become a doorway. Anything attempting departure is to be destroyed. Below them, the lights continued to burn. Calliston Prime revolved beneath the quarantining warships with the placid majesty of a world that did not yet understand. It was diseased. From high orbit, the hive cities were wounds of light across the night hemisphere. 11 immense concentrations of human habitation linked by glowing industrial corridors and freight lines that stretched across continents. Cargo haulers climbed from orbital elevators in measured procession. Bulk transports descended toward manufacturing complexes, carrying ore, promethium, food concentrates, and replacement labor. Docking cogitators continued assigning berths. Macro haulers shifted artillery shells by the million through orbital depots toward vessels bound for the Achilles Crusade. Far below, Manufactoria, whose furnaces had burned without pause for generations, continued feeding brass casings, armor plate, replacement track assemblies, and munitions into conveyor arteries wider than city streets. Astropathic fragments received before the quarantine spoke of labor disturbances in the lower hives, production stoppages, sporadic riots, and clashes between overseers and work gangs. None mentioned invasion. None mentioned Xenos. None described the thing the Deathwatch had butchered aboard the Penance of St. Drusus. The world looked obedient, industrious, and entirely imperial, which made the sight of it more obscene to Severin Raoul than any battlefield he had crossed. He stood before the Strategium viewport aboard the Black Reliquary and watched merchant traffic crawl through prescribed lanes, while the strike cruiser's Auspex arrays catalogued every vessel moving above the planet. Somewhere beneath those lights, human bodies were already becoming doors. Calliston Prime mattered because almost every world in the Imperium mattered to someone who would never see it. The planet was not sacred, not ancient enough to inspire pilgrimages, nor wealthy enough for hereditary lords elsewhere in the sector to speak its name. With reverence, it was useful. That was greater than holiness in the calculus of imperial war. Its manufactoria supplied several crusade fronts with artillery shells, autocannon ammunition, replacement armor sections, lasgun power packs, vehicle components, and bulk ration stock. Its recruitment zones fed trained regiments into the Astra Militarum staging grounds each tithe cycle, and its fortress districts guarded the void approaches used by troop convoys passing deeper into the Reach. 22,800,000,000 human beings were registered beneath its administratum seals, though Raal assumed the true number was greater by several hundred million, because the lower hives bred faster than clerks could count. More than 900 million men served beneath arms of one kind or another, from planetary defense formations and fortress artillery crews to guard regiments awaiting embarkation, naval armsmen, defense auxiliaries, aeronautica ground cadres, and munitorum security troops. If Calliston fell, crusade armies would go hungry for shells before they starved for food. If Calliston's transports escaped carrying the infestation, entire fronts might become irrelevant. A lost world was a wound. A spreading Xenos plague was amputation. The planetary governor demanded answers before the Deathwatch had finished securing the corpse samples from the cruiser. His image appeared in the Strategium as a hard-faced man swaddled in robes of office beneath a gilt aquila, flanked by military advisors and censors whose smoke curled across the hololithic projection. He identified himself with a chain of hereditary titles that Raal allowed to continue only because interrupting would have wasted equal time. When the governor finally demanded to know by what authority traffic had been halted, Raal answered, "Ordo Xenos Seal, full quarantine." The governor's mouth tightened. "Watch, Captain. You have suspended military supply traffic across an active crusade route. There are transports carrying 6 regiments awaiting departure. 3 munition convoys are already behind schedule. The War Master's staff will demand explanation." Raal regarded the man's projection without expression. "They may demand it." The governor glanced toward one of his officers, perhaps expecting mortal political anxiety where none existed. "You have given me no cause. You require none. This world cannot simply cease functioning. It already has." The words were spoken quietly. That seemed to disturb the men around the governor more than anger would have. "Any vessel attempting to break quarantine will be destroyed. Any orbital station refusing Deathwatch access will be boarded. Any defense battery tracking my ships will be silenced." The governor stared at him. "You would fire upon Imperial vessels?" Raal's answer came without pause. "The first captain who doubts me may test the order." The transmission ended with the governor still protesting. Raal had already turned from it. Malthus Cade stood beside a bank of seized administratum records, while data scrolled across his helm lenses faster than any mortal could comfortably read. Since touching the remains of the Fleshgate aboard the Penance, the librarian had slept for less than an hour. He had not asked for more. The Deathwatch had requisitioned transit ledgers, astropathic registries, tithe records, Arbeits arrest reports, Medici anomalies, and every incident involving unsanctioned psychic activity recorded during the previous month. Individually, they meant nothing. Together, they formed a pattern. Cade enlarged one cluster. "Here." Raal stepped beside him. The entries concerned disappearances from 3 underhive labor districts beneath Hive Daedalon. At first, they appeared to be ordinary criminal traffic, missing workers, forged ration identities, bribed transit officials, falsified death certificates. Hale had found the hidden constant. Each vanished man had been flagged at some point for psychic irregularity, familial mutation, or suspected unsanctioned ability. A smuggling network, Cade said. They have been moving psychers between labor populations, some to criminal syndicates, some to cults, some simply concealed from the tithe. Vial's disgust came across the strategium like a blade being drawn. Witches hidden from the black ships. Yes, Cade replied, without looking toward the Black Templar, and several disappeared. Less than 3 days ago. Hale brought up the biological notes taken from the transformed astropath. The apothecary spoke with clinical indifference. The cellular reorganization was not instantaneous. Extrapolation from surviving tissue suggests prolonged metabolic conversion. Cade finished the thought. If the same process has begun below, we possess hours, not weeks. Raal divided the operation before the planetary governor could send a second protest. Ikar's scythe would descend first and locate the smuggling network through its movement routes rather than its names. Cade would use passive psychic senses only, suppressing his presence as completely as his discipline allowed. Hale would establish a recognition profile for compromised humans using the dead from the penance. Wren would infiltrate the Hive's transit command network and prepare to seize magrail, elevator, and bulkhead control if local authorities became unreliable. Raal would lead Skeld, Vial, Cord, and Mordain as the primary strike element. Conventional reinforcement was not requested. That decision drew no objection from the Deathwatch because its logic was obvious. Calistin possessed nearly 1 billion armed men, and not one could yet be trusted. A regiment sent to assist them might become a regiment firing into their backs. An honor guard could become a containment breach. The fewer minds informed of the Deathwatch's purpose, the fewer minds the enemy could use against them. Raal ordered the Black Reliquary to maintain orbital silence beyond mandatory challenge transmissions and directed Navy pickets to expand the quarantine cordon without approaching the planet's defense stations. If Calistin still belonged to the Imperium, the precautions would offend its commanders. If it did not, their anger was meaningless. The Corvus Blackstar entered Hive Daedalon's atmosphere under the cover of ordinary military traffic. Its black hull vanished against industrial cloud and soot, while its pilot kept the aircraft below the formal approach lanes, diving between hive spires whose upper reaches speared through the poisoned atmosphere like the ribs of a buried god. The craft carried enough firepower to rip open armored targets, but every weapon remained safed. There would be time for noise later. The Black Star skimmed past shrine balconies, ventilation towers, and kilometers of stacked habs before dropping into the haze below the Hive's middle levels. Raal watched structural icons stream across his helm. Daedalon did not resemble a city so much as an artificial continent raised vertically, every generation building atop the machinery and graves of those before it. Millions inhabited the district below them alone, men who would spend their entire lives beneath ceilings of iron without seeing Calistin's sun. The Black Star slowed only long enough for gravitic clamps to release. Seath dropped first, disappearing into the underhive gloom with 3 veterans. Raal's strike element followed into a freight vault lined with rusted devotional plaques. Their boots struck deck plating hard enough to shake dust from overhead pipes. The Black Star rose immediately and vanished between the towers. No fanfare marked the arrival of the Emperor's Xenos hunters. A single drunken laborer lying beside an empty ration flask looked up at the black-armored giants, made the sign of the Aquila with trembling hands, and then crawled backward into the darkness. Sith found the compound in less than 40 minutes. The smugglers had used an abandoned corpse processing annex behind a collapsed manufactorum spur, one of thousands of condemned industrial spaces that still drew power because no living clerk remembered which switch controlled them. The doors showed signs of recent use. The interior did not. Raal entered behind Vael and immediately understood what Seth had meant when he reported that the place was clean. There were no bodies, no casings, no signs of struggle. Raal studied the chamber and felt the shape of the enemy's intelligence for the first time. The creature aboard the cruiser had been predatory, powerful, and alien. This was something colder. The compound had not been abandoned in panic. Evidence had been removed. Victims had been relocated. Information had been denied to pursuers. The enslavers were not merely seizing mines. They were using those mines to conceal their own advance. "It knows we hunt it," Vial said. "Or it knows someone might," Raal replied. "Difference?" Skeld asked. "Preparation." Cade's head turned sharply toward the ceiling before Raal could elaborate. The librarian stood utterly motionless. Something changed. At almost the same instant, the lumen strips failed. Across Hive Daedalon, millions of men stopped what they were doing. Assembly lines continued because servitors did not care that their overseers had fallen silent. Robotic lifters carried shell crates toward loading bays, while human supervisors turned away from their stations in perfect unison. Foundry workers released furnace controls. Munitorum clerks rose from desks. Defense troopers inside armories looked toward their officers. Transit masters removed safety interlocks from mag rail systems. In one fortress bastion overlooking the Hive's eastern manufacturum quarter, artillery crews rotated heavy guns away from the wastelands they had guarded for generations and began feeding new coordinates into firing cogitators. No alarm united these actions. No command was spoken that an uncorrupted ear could hear. Men simply began obeying another master. The first explosion reached the underhive as a vibration through kilometers of steel. A second followed, deeper and stronger. Wren's voice entered the Deathwatch channel. "Transit network compromised. Multiple line overrides. Mag rail velocity governors disengaged." A distant roar grew through the structure, then became a concussion powerful enough to buckle deck plating. Somewhere above them, two passenger trains met at full speed inside a transit artery packed with workers. Thousands died in less than a heartbeat, bodies crushed into seats, walls, and one another as carriages folded like thin metal under the impact. Raal was already moving. "Route to the anomaly," Cade pointed upward. 3 kilometers, perhaps 4. The pressure is growing. Sith transmitted from an adjoining shaft. Movement above us. Large numbers. Then the local Vox network filled with screams as defense troopers opened armories and began distributing weapons to men who had no right to possess them. The Deathwatch reached the first vertical transit core before the enslaved sealed it. Hundreds of laborers and security men were already descending the galleries, armed with autoguns, shotguns, mining lasers, and industrial cutters. They did not shout. Their silence beneath the alarm klaxons made the attack grotesque. Vial took the center behind his shield, while Cord anchored the left lane, and Mordain stepped right. "Fire!" Raal ordered. The Infernus heavy bolter hammered. Its first burst passed through 2 men before the mass reactive shells detonated, spraying the rank behind them with fragments of ribs, lungs, and armor cloth. Mordain shifted weapons and washed a stairwell with burning promethium. Men became upright torches, skin blackened and split. Fat ignited beneath work robes. Still they descended, burning hands reaching for the Astartes, while their mouths remained closed. Cord fired into the densest mass. The frag cannon transformed the front ranks into airborne pieces, flesh and shattered bone slapping wetly against railings and walls. Raal and Vial advanced through the opening, bolt fire methodically removing armed targets. Skeld went where the formation was thickest. His chainsword entered a man's shoulder and emerged through the opposite hip. Teeth threw blood across the Space Wolf's breastplate and caught momentarily on the remnants of the pelvis. Skeld kicked the corpse free hard enough to launch it into 3 attackers, then took another man's head at the jaw. Teeth, tongue, and the upper vertebrae vanished into the spinning chain. An industrial cutter struck his pauldron and scored the ceramite before he seized the wielder by the face and smashed him head first into the wall. The skull burst against Ferrocrete. Skeld did not slow. He moved as an Astartes was made to move, too fast for mortal reflexes, every blow carrying enough force to break bodies that had never been designed to withstand transhuman strength. Yet the slaughter did not become frenzy. Raal marked lanes. Vael maintained the shield line. Mordain conserved promethium when explosive ammunition sufficed. Cord paused twice to clear fragments from his weapon feed. They killed because killing opened the route upward, and every corpse that did not obstruct that route was irrelevant. The hive began tearing itself apart around them. Wren seized one elevator bank, only to report that local transit controllers had physically destroyed another. Fortress artillery fired into Hab districts, the shells crossing populated airspace before plunging into towers packed with hundreds of thousands of Imperial citizens. Security formations fired upon one another in arsenals and barracks. Defense batteries locked onto troop carriers. Men who had served together for decades shot one another at ranges measured in paces. The Enslavers required no army of their own. Calistin had spent centuries building one for them. Cade stumbled as the kill team reached a shattered manufactorum concourse. Raal caught him by the arm. Status. The librarian's face was invisible behind his helm, but blood had begun dripping from beneath the gorget seal. It is closer, not physically. The network. Before Raal could demand clarification, every Vox unit in the concourse activated. Then, every Vox unit in the district did the same. The sound multiplied outward through the hive. Helmet transmitters, public address horns, military command stations, manufactorum speakers, transit annunciators, shrine amplifiers, emergency channels, and defense frequencies. Millions of human voices spoke together with such perfect synchronization that the words seemed to come from the hive itself. Malthus Cade. The librarian froze. Again the name rolled through Daedalon, spoken by men who had never met him and could not possibly have known he existed. Malthus Cade. Cade looked toward Raal. For the first time, the watch captain heard uncertainty in the librarian's voice. "They can sense me." A third repetition shook from a million speakers, while artillery thundered in the distance and the hive burned around them. Raal looked upward toward the psychic source, hidden somewhere beyond kilometers of steel, machinery, and screaming humanity. His voice remained quiet. "Then they have shown us where to place the bait." Hive Daedalon knelt before the Deathwatch. It happened by levels, by districts, by entire populations packed beneath steel ceilings and shrine vaults where men had worked and bred for generations without ever seeing the sky. Raal's kill team advanced through a hab spine wide enough to contain a lesser city's population and found hundreds of thousands of men kneeling in the dust between devotional alcoves, ration stalls, and manufactorum access shrines. None prayed, none wept, none spoke. They simply knelt with their hands resting upon their thighs and their faces turned toward the black-armored giants passing through them. The scale should have made noise impossible to suppress, yet the silence held. Cade could hear heartbeats through his psychic senses as an indistinct pressure, millions of them layered one atop another, human lives compressed into the vertical geology of the hive. "Do not mistake stillness for submission," he said over the kill team Vox. Raal did not answer because the warning required none. They passed a painted threshold, marking the boundary between two Hab jurisdictions, and every kneeling man rose at once. The movement ran outward in both directions, with dreadful precision. Old laborers, manufactorum workers, Hab servitors under human supervision, transit crews and wounded defense troopers all surged forward together. There was no fury in their faces. There was not even hatred. Men attacked with autoguns, rivet drivers, shock mauls, mining drills, lengths of pipe and bare hands. One worker charged Vael while clutching an industrial explosive pack to his chest, calmly depressing the trigger as the Black Templar shot his legs away. The blast tore 36 bodies apart and hurled ropes of intestine across the shrine wall. The kneeling ranks behind them simply stepped through the blood. The infestation did not conquer Callistin Prime by defeating its armies. It turned those armies inward and made their discipline another weapon. Reports reached Ral through what remained of secure command channels in fragments of military catastrophe. A planetary defense battalion in the Northern Armored Reserves answered all loyalty challenges correctly and then opened fire on the regiment refueling beside it. Lehman Russ battle tanks traversed their turrets with parade ground precision and put battle cannon shells through the engine decks of neighboring vehicles before the crews understood they were under attack. A medici station treating survivors from the first riots injected poison into 2,000 wounded men and continued recording their deaths as complications until an orderly escaped. Munitorum officers redirected an ammunition convoy carrying millions of lasgun charge packs and artillery shells into districts already lost to the enemy, then wiped the convoy manifests so that loyal commanders spent hours waiting for resupply that would never come. A defense commander ordered his own batteries to fire upon a refugee column because the coordinates arrived under valid seal. Elsewhere, artillery crews who had served together for decades slaughtered one another over contradictory command codes, only for the surviving guns to rotate toward loyal hive bastions. Every mechanism of Imperial survival became a means of Imperial destruction. The enemy did not need to understand the bureaucracy of the Imperium, because the men it possessed already did. Ral listened as one colonel pleaded for authority to withdraw from a fortress quarter where half his command had turned against him. "Negative," Ral said. "Hold position." The colonel answered that his regiment would be annihilated. "Then be annihilated usefully," Ral replied, and terminated the channel. The path toward the next psychic anomaly ran beneath the St. Iacobus Transit Arcology, a vast hab and freight structure spanning 3 hive districts and supporting nearly 3 million registered inhabitants in its upper tiers. The main support trunks were ancient ferrocrete pillars reinforced with adamantium ribs and gravitic compensators. Cade could feel pursuit closing behind them through the lower levels, millions of controlled men moving toward the Deathwatch with the patient inevitability of a tide. Wren projected the structural schematic across Ral's helm display. The direct route beneath the arcology would save more than 2 hours. Clearing the structure would take far longer and require ammunition they did not possess in sufficient quantity. Ral opened a channel to the nearest loyal planetary artillery command. "Fire mission, St. Iacobus Arcology. Support columns Secundus through Sextus. Delay until my mark." Silence followed. Then a mortal officer answered in disbelief. "Watch, Captain. Those supports carry inhabited tiers. There are almost 3 million citizens inside." Ral continued walking. "Your target coordinates are confirmed." The officer's voice hardened. "I cannot authorize that." Ral stopped beneath a vaulted transit junction and looked upward, as if he could see through kilometers of machinery to the people above. "You are not authorizing it. You are obeying it." A pause. "By whose authority?" "Mine." The Deathwatch crossed beneath the arcology, while the first enslaved pursuers entered the transit tunnels behind them. They came in such numbers that the distant decks vibrated beneath their feet. Ral waited until Sith reported clear from the last structural junction, then gave the order. Far beyond the hive walls, basilisk batteries fired. The shells arrived seconds later as a sequence of impacts too immense to resemble conventional explosions. The first support column disappeared inside a ball of flame and dust. The second split halfway through its mass as armor-piercing shells shattered the internal reinforcement. Then the others went. The arcology sagged with the slow impossibility of a mountain deciding to move. Grav compensators screamed through emergency channels. Hab decks sheared apart. Freight towers folded into one another, 3 million men were still inside when kilometers of architecture collapsed. The sound chased the Deathwatch through the tunnels like planetary thunder. Behind them, the pursuing millions vanished beneath the descending continent of ferrocrete, hab towers, shrines, transit rails, and industrial superstructure. The pressure wave hurled bodies and debris through distant access galleries. Dust rolled over the Astartes in a wall, turning their black armor grey. Skeld looked back toward the sealed ruin. That will hold them. Ral kept moving. For a time. Vael fell into step beside Cade as they entered a maintenance processional lined with shattered statues of imperial saints. You are the reason they follow. The Black Templar did not phrase it as accusation, because accusation required doubt. Cade continued scanning the darkness ahead. Yes. Vael's storm shield bore scratches, impact burns, and drying human blood. Then you should be removed from the field. Cade glanced toward him. Also, yes. The agreement made Vael pause. Cade continued, but without me, you cannot distinguish a developing gate from residual warp disturbance, unsanctioned psychic discharge, or the aftertaste of what has already passed through. Auspex will not do it. Hale's instruments will identify the biological conversion only when the process is already advanced. Vael's voice dropped into the ritual cadence of a man suppressing hatred through discipline. A witch inviting Xenos attention remains a witch inviting Xenos attention, and an astropath is still an astropath when his messages save a crusade fleet. Vael's hand shifted toward his sword. Ral cut across both men before the exchange could deepen. Cade remains operational. Vael looked toward the watch captain. Until when? Ral answered with the same calm he had used when condemning the arcology. Until he ceases to be useful. Cade said nothing. Vael asked, and after? Ral turned his helm toward the librarian. Then I kill him. Cade's reply was immediate. Understood. Vael was silent for the next kilometer. The armored regiment found them at the Avenue of Martyrs, an arterial roadway broad enough for 6 Lehman Russ tanks to advance abreast. The regiment had once guarded Daedalon's eastern approaches. Its heraldry remained visible beneath soot and devotional script, as more than 60 battle tanks rolled into the avenue under perfect formation discipline. Their crews had not become incompetent through enslavement. Rangefinders locked onto the Deathwatch. Turrets rotated. Coaxial weapons traversed toward likely escape routes. Ral saw targeting runes flare across his helm. Cover. The first battle cannon shells struck where Cord had been standing a heartbeat earlier. The blast demolished a shrine front and hurled stone fragments hard enough to chip ceramite. A second shell ripped through the gallery above them. Heavy bolters opened fire, turning devotional statuary into clouds of powdered stone. The Deathwatch did not answer by charging down the center of the road. Wren transmitted elevated transit routes. Scythe marked roof access points. Ral divided the force across 2 parallel levels and ordered melter weapons forward. They moved through hab interiors, service shafts and broken galleries, while the tanks tried to track targets that refused to remain in their arcs. Mordain fired only when infantry dismounted to secure the flanks, his heavy bolter punching men backward in pieces. Cord used the frag cannon against crews exposed by damaged hatches, rather than wasting ammunition against frontal armor. Ral's team closed one building at a time. Skeld reached the upper transit bridge as the tanks began pushing beneath it. Battle cannon fire had already fractured the bridge supports, and the entire structure shuddered with each passing vehicle. Ral ordered the Space Wolf to hold. Skeld ignored the spirit of the command, while technically obeying its words. He waited until the lead Lehman Russ passed directly beneath him, then fired his bolt pistol into the command hatch locking mechanism. The first round cratered the armor. The second ruptured the hinge assembly. Skeld ran 3 steps along the failing bridge and jumped. He struck the turret hard enough to dent external fittings, magnetic boots locking for half a second, while the tank swerved. Heavy bolt of fire from the following vehicle tore through the bridge where he had stood. Skeld drove armored fingers beneath the damaged hatch rim and ripped upward. Metal screamed. The hatch tore free. A tank commander inside raised a las pistol. Skeld dropped a grenade into his lap. He released his maglocks and threw himself sideways just as the grenade detonated. Blood, fragments of skull and scraps of uniform blasted from every vision slit. A heartbeat later, the internal ammunition began to cook. The turret ring flashed white. The entire turret lifted from the hull on a column of flame and crashed into the road behind the tank. Skeld struck the side of a hab wall, shattered through a devotional balcony, and landed among the rubble below. "Still alive?" Rahl asked. Skeld rose from the debris, armor cracked across one knee. Disappointed? Frequently. Melter fire turned the avenue into a graveyard of armor. Wren burned through one engine deck at close range, the weapon reducing armor and machinery to glowing slag. Vial and Rahl forced another tank into a confined turn where its turret could not traverse quickly enough, then destroyed the track assembly and left it blocking the vehicles behind it. Sith marked exposed rear armor for Cord. The enslaved crews adapted, reversing, using wrecks as cover and deploying infantry into side passages. They fought like trained Imperial tankers because they were trained Imperial tankers. That made the Deathwatch's victory slower and bloodier, but not impossible. When the last mobile Russ withdrew toward the plaza beyond the avenue, Cade suddenly stopped and raised his force weapon. 3 contacts. Rahl checked Auspex. Range? Close. Physical? Cade hesitated. Not entirely. The plaza beyond the avenue had once been used for military musters. Now thousands of enslaved soldiers stood in concentric ranks around 3 floating shapes. The enslavers drifted above them like obscene organs, suspended in invisible fluid, leathery sacks flexing while pale tentacles moved beneath their bodies. The psychic pressure struck before the Deathwatch reached firing range. Cade's helm display doubled, then tripled. He saw Vial standing in front of him and simultaneously behind him. The walls seemed to breathe. For an instant, the plaza became the astropathic sanctum aboard the Penance. Then the illusion tore away. Vial heard his own voice inside his skull, perfectly reproduced, ordering him to turn and kill Cade. Not a whisper, not a temptation, an order delivered with the absolute certainty of memory. His sword arm moved half an inch before he locked every muscle in place through sheer will. Cord's bionics began transmitting contradictory movement commands as his biological brain tried to raise the frag cannon while his augmetic systems attempted to lower it. Warning sigils flashed across his vision. Skeld staggered one step. Mordain fired a single uncontrolled round into the deck before wrenching his weapon aside. "Discipline," Rahl said. The word cut through the channel. No advance, maximum range. His warriors obeyed, because obedience had been carved into them long before Callistin Prime existed in any of their memories. Kraken pattern. Magazines changed. The Deathwatch spread into firing positions behind structural cover. They did not charge the creatures simply because close combat promised satisfaction. The first volley struck when the enslavers solidified to exert greater pressure. Kraken penetrator rounds punched into leathery flesh and detonated within deeper tissue. One creature recoiled, black fluid spraying from half a dozen wounds. The thousands of enslaved soldiers around it advanced. Mordain swept the front ranks with heavy bolter fire, turning disciplined formations into collapsing red ruin while Cord fired past them at the alien bodies. The psychic pressure intensified. Vial tasted blood where he had bitten through his tongue. Rahl's left hand trembled once and then stilled. The first enslaver died under concentrated fire. Its sack-like body ruptured and emptied a mass of translucent organs across the soldiers beneath it. Only then did Rahl say, "Close." Skeld moved like a released projectile. He crossed the plaza through bolter fire and human bodies, Chainsward already screaming. The second enslaver shifted toward him, but Mordain fired the flamer component of his Infernus weapon. Promethium engulfed the alien. Its hide blistered, split and collapsed inward, while Skeld hacked through the surviving tentacles. The third creature flickered. Cade shouted a warning as it turned half-transparent. Ral fired twice. Both bolts passed through the place where it had been and exploded against stone. The enslaver phased through the plaza wall and vanished. "Pursuit?" Sith asked. Ral looked toward Cade. The librarian shook his head. "I cannot fix it." Ral marked the escape direction in his helm memory. "Then it remains active. Record it." The next gate lay beneath the plaza. By the time the Deathwatch reached it, the conversion was complete. A captured psyker had become almost unrecognizable as human. His body had stretched into a living arch, twice the height of a man. Ribs extended outward into hooked supports. Pelvis split and reformed as a fleshy foundation. Organs incorporated into translucent walls that pulsed with their own obscene rhythm. 3 shapes pressed against the membrane from the other side. Hale scanned the tissue while Wren placed melter charges around the chamber. Human genetic material throughout. Neural tissue remains active in several structures. The membrane bulged. One pale tentacle punched through, followed by another. Cade raised his weapon. "They are crossing." Wren finished the charge pattern. "Clear." The Deathwatch withdrew behind the blast doors. The detonation turned the chamber white. The gate burst apart under melter heat. Boiling blood sprayed the walls. Cooked organs slapped against the ceiling and slid downward in steaming ropes. Alien tissue fused to ferrocrete as the half-emerged enslavers were severed during manifestation. The smell overwhelmed even armor filtration for a moment. Cade returned to the ruined threshold and opened his psychic senses. He expected relief. Instead, he found multiplication. New pressures burned across the psychic horizon, more than he had sensed before the assault. The infection had spread beyond Daedalon. He turned toward Ral slowly. "There are more gates." Ral asked, "How many?" "I cannot count them." The answer hung between them. Then Wren's voice entered the channel. "Strategic update. Hive Caradoc has ceased all external communication." Ral called up the planetary schematic. Caradoc lay hundreds of kilometers away across the eastern industrial continent. Its registered population exceeded 4 billion men. "Power loss?" he asked. "Negative. Reactor output stable. Manufactoria active. Transit signatures continue. Every lumen grid remains powered." Ral looked at the distant hive marker. No distress calls came from Caradoc. No alarms. No evacuation requests. Nothing at all. 4 billion men had simply stopped speaking to the Imperium, and every light in their hive was still burning. Apothecary Corvin Hale reduced damnation to a timetable. He did it without prayer, without revulsion, and without once looking away from the dissected remains spread across the surgical slabs aboard the Black Reliquary. Pieces of the first flesh gate had been brought up from Hive Daedalon in sealed stasis reliquaries, along with tissue taken from the transformed astropath aboard the Penance of St. Drusus, and charred fragments recovered from the second gateway before the melter blast had rendered most of it useless. Hale stood amid the reek of antiseptic vapor, sacred unguents and opened meat, while cogitators compared cellular collapse, endocrine distortion, neural restructuring, and psychic trauma. Malthus Cade remained beside him, still armored except for his helm, his face bloodless beneath the surgical lumens. Together, they reconstructed what the enemy was doing to its captives. The first stage was neurological. Victims suffered exhaustion, tremors, disorientation, and compulsive behavior as the enslaver presence pressed against the mind. The second stage corrupted the body. Glandular activity accelerated, skin darkened, blood chemistry shifted, and the skeletal structure began to soften around selected joints. The third stage destroyed human anatomy as anything recognizably purposeful. ribs curved outward, vertebrae elongated, organs migrated. The victim's nervous system ceased serving the body and instead became a living anchor for something beyond reality. The final stage was the gate itself. A man stopped being a man and became an aperture. Hale regarded a preserved strip of psychic host tissue pulsing inside a nutrient field. Variation between subjects remained significant. Stronger psychers appear to sustain the process more efficiently. Cade looked at the projected cellular progression. Time to terminal conversion? Hale changed the display. Earliest plausible completion, less than 50 hours after sustained capture, some considerably longer. Rahl stood beyond the surgical slabs, with his arms folded across his breastplate. Then we no longer hunt the creatures. Cade turned toward him. No. The watch captain's voice remained flat. We hunt the doors. Operation Black Cordon began before the planetary authorities understood what the words meant. Orders descended from the Black Reliquary under sealed Ordo Xenos authority and spread through Callistin Prime's surviving command networks faster than any public warning. Every sanctioned psyker was to be located, detained, and placed under armed guard. Every astropathic choir was to be isolated from civilian populations and forbidden from transmitting without Deathwatch permission. Every regiment containing sanctioned battle psychers was to surrender them immediately to designated containment sites. Every vessel carrying psychic personnel was forbidden departure regardless of destination, tithe schedule, or crusade priority. Unsanctioned psychers were to be seized on discovery. Suspected psychers were to be detained until screened. Any local official, noble house, guild, cult, commander, or ecclesiastical authority found concealing psychic personnel would be considered complicit in Xenos contamination. The order was simple. Its consequences were not. Hive administrations possessed generations of undocumented psychic bloodlines. Noble families hid useful seers. Manufactorum syndicates concealed telepaths who could predict machinery failures. Criminal organizations bought and sold witch site. Guard commanders depended on sanctioned battle psychers, whose abilities had saved entire regiments from demonic assault and enemy ambush. Astropaths were not merely servants, but the nerves connecting Callistin to the wider Imperium. Rahl severed those nerves without hesitation. The planet reacted, as the Imperium always reacted when fear met authority. It fractured. In the lower hives, rumors spread that the black ships had arrived to take every firstborn son. In manufactorum districts, workers attacked local enforcers attempting psychic sweeps. A governor of one subsidiary hive refused to surrender his household astropath, claiming the man had served his dynasty faithfully for 80 years. Rahl sent Scythe with 4 Deathwatch veterans. The governor's palace guards were dead before the man finished composing his formal protest. In another district, an Astra Militarum colonel sealed his regiment's compound rather than surrender 3 sanctioned battle psychers whose powers had protected the unit throughout 2 crusade campaigns. The colonel argued military necessity. Rahl answered by ordering the compound's ammunition magazines destroyed from the air. The survivors emerged an hour later, carrying the psychers in restraint cages. Ecclesiastical confessors in black and crimson vestments took the Deathwatch decree as sanction for uncontrolled purges and began publicly burning suspected witches in crowded plazas. Some of the condemned were mutants, some were frauds, some were merely disliked. Hale ordered the burning stopped because uncontrolled crowds created concealment and destroyed evidence. When the priests refused, Vielle personally entered the plaza, crushed the leading confessor's skull beneath one armored fist, and informed the others that zeal without obedience was merely another form of heresy. They obeyed after that. Rahl's cruelty became most visible where numbers made mercy impossible. 6 million refugees were moving toward the St. Asterion orbital elevator when the first warning reached the Black Reliquary. They came from districts abandoned after the uprising, a human migration filling service roads, freight arteries and pilgrim routes for kilometers in every direction. Men carried children, ration bundles, devotional icons and salvaged weapons. Wounded soldiers limped beside labor gangs. Priests moved among them, shouting prayers through portable amplifiers. Local authorities had told them the orbital districts were safe. They were not. Auspex drones detected intermittent psychic activity somewhere inside the column, weak enough that it might have come from one unsanctioned psyker or a dozen early-stage hosts. Screening 6 million people individually would require days. The first refugee elements were less than 2 hours from the elevator's lower embarkation plazas. Beyond the upper terminus waited orbital transports, maintenance craft and void crews capable of carrying contamination beyond the world. Valen Oars of the Ultramarines studied the tactical projection with Raal. The column can be channeled away from the elevator. Raal answered, not quickly enough. Oars enlarged the surrounding road network. Destroying the primary junctions forces them south. Armor formations can establish cordons here and here. Assuming those armor formations remain loyal. Oars did not object to the implication. He changed the display again. Orbital interdiction would consume fewer planetary munitions and allow the contaminated population onto the elevator. Raal opened a channel to the nearest loyal artillery group. The officer answering sounded exhausted, his voice buried beneath distant gunfire. Raal transmitted coordinates spanning the 3 principal approaches to St. Asterion. Silence followed. "Watch, Captain," the officer said. "Those roads are full." "I know. There are millions of civilians." "I know." A longer pause. "What target am I engaging?" Raal looked at the moving sea of life on the hololith. The road. The first basilisk salvo landed among the forward refugee columns. From orbit, the impacts appeared as brief blossoms of light across a moving mass. On the ground, the shells turned men into weather. Bodies vanished inside geysers of earth, masonry and blood. A pilgrim convoy disappeared beneath overlapping detonations, armored shrine carriers flipping onto their sides as thousands around them were shredded by fragments traveling faster than sound. The artillery walked backward across the road in measured intervals. Each salvo fell behind the last, constructing a wall of explosions more than a kilometer wide. Men ran from it and found nowhere to go. Those who fled toward the industrial verges were caught beneath secondary batteries. Those who pressed forward encountered defense guns firing directly into the crowd. Vehicles overturned. Refugees trampled the wounded into the roadway until boots sank through flesh and torn clothing. A fuel transporter detonated and transformed hundreds of men into burning silhouettes. The bombardment continued long after the first panic became a rout, because the objective was not dispersal. It was certainty. When the guns finally stopped, the approaches to St. Asterion were choked with wreckage and human remains for kilometers. Fires burned through heaps of bodies. Nothing reached the elevator. Oars watched the casualty estimate climb. Excessive ammunition expenditure. Raal looked toward him. The Ultramarine continued. 3 artillery groups expended reserve shells intended for the outer fortress line. The bombardment will also drive uncontrolled population movement into neighboring sectors. We have gained containment here and degraded it elsewhere. There was no moral accusation in his voice. That was why Raal listened. Alternative? A staged withdrawal of the column with armor blocking positions. Too slow. Then airborne interdiction closer to the elevator. Too uncertain. Oars paused. The cost will be paid later. Raal turned back to the dead roads. There is no later if a single transformed psyker boards an outbound troopship. The words ended the discussion. Neither warrior mourned the 6 million, because mourning was irrelevant to the decision. The dead had been weighed against the possibility of a spreading enslaver infestation and found expendable. In the Imperium, arithmetic could become a form of execution. Cade began dreaming before he fell asleep. The first vision came while he stood inside a command chamber, reviewing psychic detention reports. His gauntlet itched. He looked down and saw black ceramite bulging from within, as though his flesh were swelling beneath it. The armor split along the palm. Instead of blood, pale connective tissue pushed through the crack and stretched outward in translucent strands. His finger bones lengthened. The joints bent backward. His wrist widened until it became part of an arch growing from his own arm. Cade blinked, and the vision vanished. His armor was intact. Raal was standing across the chamber. "Report." Cade realized the watch captain had seen him freeze. "Intrusion." "Source?" "Unknown." He did not soften the answer. "The Enslavers are pressing directly against my perception." Later he heard Vael's voice through a closed Vox channel, telling him to remove his psychic hood. Then Skeld's, then Hale's. Each voice used the correct cadence, the correct contempt or restraint, the correct private forms of address. Cade locked the hood's release mechanism and broke the manual latch with his gauntlet so that he could not obey without tools. The next pressure burst ruptured capillaries across both eyes. Blood ran from his nose and dripped from his chin. He reported that too. Rael considered him for several seconds. "Can you still identify gates?" "Yes." "Can they control you?" Cade wiped blood from his mouth. "Not yet." Vael stood nearby, helm lenses fixed upon him. "A poor answer." Cade looked at the Templar. "It is the accurate one." Raal stepped closer until the two warriors stood almost helm to helm. "If you conceal degradation, I will regard concealment as compromise." Cade nodded once. "Understood. If you receive an order, you cannot authenticate. I resist it. If you cannot resist," Cade met his gaze, "you kill me." Raal turned away. The exchange lasted less than a minute. No one spoke of trust, because trust was not the relevant measure. Utility was. Sith found the station beneath Daedalon through a freight route that had officially been sealed more than a century earlier. It had once served as an astropathic transit and processing hub before structural damage forced its abandonment. The Enslavers had repurposed it. When Raal's force descended through the corroded access shafts, Hale's diagnoster began registering human life before they reached the first platform. There were hundreds. They found the first captives chained upright to maintenance frames. Some remained recognizably human. Their skin was waxy, their eyes sunken, their mouths crusted with blood from prolonged dehydration. Others had entered the intermediate stages Hale had predicted. Their abdomens were distended. Shoulders had widened grotesquely as bone growth shifted beneath the flesh. One man's ribs had broken through his own chest and curved outward like fingers. He was still conscious. He looked at Cade and tried to speak, but his tongue had swollen until it filled his mouth. Farther along the platform, the victims no longer resembled prisoners. They resembled construction. Rows of transforming psychers filled the station. Bodies were strapped to walls, hung between support pillars, and arranged along old transit arches. Some had been fed through tubes, so the metabolic process could continue after swallowing became impossible. Others had been opened surgically by enslaved Medici personnel to accelerate whatever biological changes the enslavers required. Hale moved among them with the detachment of an executioner inspecting ammunition. "This one may still be recoverable." He pointed toward a young sanctioned psyker whose skeletal changes remained limited. "This one also. Possibly 6 more in this row." Raal looked across the station. "Can you guarantee they cannot become gates?" "No." "Can you guarantee extraction will not expose transport crews?" "No." "Then none are recoverable." Hale accepted the order immediately. Suppressed bolt pistols fired in steady rhythm. Vael moved down one row, while Hale took another. Each shot entered the skull at close range. Heads snapped backward, blood painted restraint frames. Some prisoners understood and began praying. Others begged. One cursed the Deathwatch, until Vale put a round through his forehead. The Black Templar recited a low catechism as he worked, words of purity, duty, and the Emperor's judgment woven between the quiet mechanical coughs of his weapon. Cade stood among men who shared the curse that had shaped his own life, and watched them die. One captive recognized the psychic hood and stared at him with desperate hope. "Brother," the man whispered. He was not Cade's brother. Cade knew that. The prisoner knew it too. The word was merely the last instrument he possessed. Cade raised his bolt pistol and killed him before Vale reached the row. The enslavers answered before the executions were complete. Sith reported movement through every western access tunnel. Then thousands of enslaved soldiers entered the station. They came without formation, because formation no longer mattered in passages already packed shoulder to shoulder. The first ranks fired until they died. Those behind climbed over them. Cord's frag cannon reduced entire sections of the advance to liquid ruin, each blast filling the corridor with airborne blood, broken rifles and fragments of uniform. Mordain's heavy bolter hammered until steaming brass covered the deck around his boots. Men lost legs and continued crawling. One soldier dragged himself forward on exposed forearms after a shell had removed everything below the pelvis, leaving coils of intestine trailing behind him. Another reached Vael with a grenade clutched against his own chest. The Templar shot him through the face, but the dead man's hand remained clenched around the detonator. Vael raised his storm shield as the explosion shredded the corpse and drove human bone into the surrounding walls. "They are expending them deliberately," Hale said. Raoul already knew. "All forces, conserve ammunition, kill by lane, no pursuit." The enslavers had learned the limits of Astartes warfare. A space marine could slaughter mortal soldiers in numbers beyond counting and still empty a magazine. A frag cannon could turn a corridor into a charnel trench and still require reloading. Promethium tanks ran dry. Power cells depleted. Human bodies were cheap. Calistin possessed billions. The assault ended only when Wren collapsed the western tunnels with demolition charges. Silence returned beneath the station, broken by the dripping of blood from overhead conduits. Raoul was ordering withdrawal when every strategic channel erupted with warning runes. Wren looked upward as if he could see orbit through the hive. Defense grid activation. The first Lance battery fired from Calistin Prime into its own quarantine fleet. In the void above, an Imperial escort vessel named Resolute Vow had less than 3 seconds to recognize the targeting lock. The planetary lance struck through its midships and carved the vessel open from dorsal armor to keel. Compartments became white fire. Tens of thousands of men died before alarms could sound. Secondary batteries awakened across the defense network. Orbital platforms rotated toward Navy ships. Missile silos opened. Thousands of men controlling Calistin's void defenses had been taken without anyone detecting the moment of their fall. Raoul watched the tactical display fill with red weapon traces. The infestation was no longer trapped upon Calistin Prime. Calistin Prime itself had become the weapon. Calistin Prime had ceased pretending to be an Imperial world. From the strategium of the Black Reliquary, Severin Raoul watched continents burn beneath a pall of ash, thick enough to stain the planet's atmosphere. More than 1 billion enthralled men were now under arms, or moving toward battle, and the number increased with every transmission, because districts that had been loyal when a report began were lost before the report ended. The Astra Militarum and surviving planetary defense formations had drawn defensive lines hundreds of kilometers long around manufacturing belts, fortress precincts, ammunition cities, and surviving astropathic quarantine zones. Basilisk batteries fired until their recoil mechanisms glowed and their crews bled from the ears. Lehman Russ companies fought other Lehman Russ companies across avenues where tank tracks ground the dead into red paste beneath adamantium treads. Valkyries and Vendettas clawed through polluted skies, while Hydra batteries stitched the clouds with tracer fire. Gunships fell burning between hive towers and exploded inside districts already filled with corpses. At Hive Daedalon, the walls themselves had become a front line, their kilometers of gun emplacements firing both inward and outward as command bastions changed allegiance with no warning. From orbit, it appeared almost orderly, bands of fire moving across the planetary surface like luminous veins. Only the Vox revealed what those lights meant. Regiments dying, cities turning, artillery coordinates repeated through screams, men praying to the Emperor while other men, wearing the same uniforms and carrying the same aquila, butchered them with perfect discipline. The Strategium Hololith could not display human suffering at the scale at which it was occurring, so it replaced suffering with symbols. Ral preferred that. One Imperial formation rune represented 20,000 men. Another represented an armored brigade. Larger icons marked army groups numbering in the millions. They vanished so quickly that the tactical servitors sometimes continued calculating their projected movements after every living soldier represented by the rune had already died. Casualty totals rolled along the lower edge of the display and became obsolete between one heartbeat and the next. Administratum cogitators attempted to reconcile regimental returns with orbital observation and produced contradictions measured in millions. Ral ignored them. 6 crimson marks burned upon the map of Daedalon and the surrounding continental plate. 6 confirmed active enslaver gateways. Compared with the symbols representing the planetary war, they were almost nothing. That was why they mattered. The Eastern armies have lost 3 fortress lines, Ors reported. The Ultramarine stood beside the Hololith, reading data with the same cold attention he might have given. A firing solution. Estimated loyal strength in that theater has fallen below half. Ral indicated the 6 crimson marks. And the gates? Unchanged. Then the Eastern armies remain useful. Ors looked toward him. As a containment mass. As ammunition. The Enslavers had learned artillery because the men they possessed already knew it. They did not need to understand elevation tables, barrage patterns, counter-battery doctrine, or munitorum shell classifications. They only needed the minds of officers who did. Across the Vanik defense line, enslaved forward observers used intact command codes to report the positions of loyal regiments with murderous precision. Basilisk and Medusa batteries answered those coordinates from beyond visual range. The first shells arrived among the Cadian-derived regiments, defending the western approach to Daedalon, and shattered their trenches before the men heard the guns. Earth, ferrocrete, weapons and bodies climbed into the air together. Subsequent salvos walked across the defense works with mechanical regularity. Whole companies ceased to exist beneath curtains of detonation. Men were reduced to fragments small enough to fall like rain on positions hundreds of meters away. A Lehman Russ demolisher vanished under several direct impacts, its turret tearing free and crushing an infantry squad beneath it. Another shell landed inside a field medici station and blew patients, orderlies, cots, and surgical instruments across the roadway in a mist of blood. The enslaved observers corrected for drift. The next concentration fell upon the reserve trenches. The creatures directing them did not know what a basilisk was. The colonel, whose mind they owned, knew exactly how to kill with one. Ral descended to the surface when a new tactical return appeared less than 30 kilometers from the primary loyalist line. At first, the machine was only a corrupted Mechanicus identifier moving through a storm of contradictory signals. Then, its reactor signature resolved. Warhound class, Scout Titan. Legio designation confirmed, but loyalty status impossible until the God Machine turned its weapons upon an Imperial armored battalion and erased it. The Warhound had been stationed at Daedalon as part of a small Legio detachment protecting the Manufactorum approaches. Its princeps and moderati had remained in contact with loyal command until moments before the attack. That contact had meant nothing. The Titan strode through the avenue districts with its void shields shimmering around it, a predatory machine whose hunched torso turned upon backward-jointed legs. A Vulcan megabolter occupied one arm. A plasma blast gun hung from the other, coils shining with restrained stellar heat. The megabolter fired first. Hundreds of heavy shells crossed the boulevard in a solid roar and tore through infantry, chimera hulls, and hab facades alike. The plasma weapon followed. Daylight was born beneath the hive's poisoned sky. An entire Lehman Russ company vanished inside the blast. Tanks transformed into burning wrecks, with crews cooked inside them before nerves could transmit pain. "We have armor moving to engage," a guard general voxed. "Recall it," Ral replied. "My lord, that engine is breaking the line. Your armor will not stop it. We have aircraft available. Withdraw them." The general hesitated. "Then what kills it?" Ral looked up at the distant machine, its stride shaking dust from buildings kilometers away. "We do." The Deathwatch did not approach the Warhound as though courage could replace weaponry. Courage was useful for convincing mortals to stand where artillery would kill them. Against a Titan, mathematics mattered more. Sith moved ahead through the ruins and transmitted the Warhound's stride interval, auspex sweeps, weapon tracking arcs, and observed fluctuations in its void shields. Ren studied the returns, while loyal artillery was retasked from the collapsing infantry front. The Titan's voids had to be overloaded before the melter charges could matter. Ral ordered 3 Basilisk batteries and a surviving Manticore section to fire a concentrated bombardment directly upon the engine. The guard commander objected that hundreds of loyal soldiers were still fighting around its feet. Ral told him to fire anyway. Shells descended. The Warhound's shields flared like translucent oil igniting across the air, each impact becoming a white sun. Against the barrier, men beneath it died from detonations intended for the god machine they were trying to escape. The Titan kept advancing. A second salvo struck. Its shields flickered. A third brought warning sigils across Ren's display. "Void integrity degrading." The Tech Marine's voice carried the satisfaction of a craftsman identifying a fault. "One projector is cycling irregularly." Ral opened a channel to the guard line. "Advance." Thousands of men obeyed, because disobedience would have killed them more certainly. Infantry surged from shattered fortifications into the Warhound's path, while surviving tanks drove forward, firing every weapon they possessed. They were not expected to defeat it. They were expected to make it look away. The Vulcan megabolter answered. The avenue dissolved beneath its fire. Hundreds of soldiers vanished into fountains of blood and shredded armor. Heavy shells passed through 3 or 4 bodies before detonating against the ferrocrete beyond. The plasma blast gun fired into a company of advancing chimeras and turned the center of the formation into a lake of molten metal. Ral watched men burn inside, opened transports, while his helm counted the seconds between the Titan's auspex returns. "Move." The Deathwatch crossed the killing ground beneath the machine's weapons. To the Warhound, they were almost insignificant, black figures running through craters, while thousands of mortal soldiers screamed and died around them. To the men nearby, the Astartes moved with impossible speed. Ral vaulted the broken hull of a chimera without slowing. Vial ran through a cloud of powdered masonry with his storm shield raised. Skeld bounded across a crater still filled with burning men, boots striking the lip as the Warhound's megabolter tore apart the position behind him. Cord and Ren followed lower, using wrecked armor and collapsed hab fronts to mask their reactor signatures. Sith's voice came over the vox. "Right leg, anterior ankle housing, armor damaged by shell strike, hydraulic conduit exposed beneath the third plate." Ral saw the rune appear. The Warhound's foot came down less than 20 meters away. The impact threw him sideways and crushed a dozen guardsmen into the road so completely that blood sprayed from beneath the Titan's toes in thin red streams. "There," Ren said. Skeld and Vial broke left. They did not attack the ankle. They attacked the Titan's attention. Vial fired his bolter into exposed sensor housings beneath the head, while Skeld climbed a mound of rubble high enough to strike at a lower armor plate with his chainsword. The actions could not seriously damage the god machine, but its enslaved crew retained the instincts of Titan warfare. Astartes close to the hull were a threat, because Astartes carried melter charges. The warhound turned, its splayed foot lifted. Skeld jumped backward as the machine tried to stamp him into the street. The foot struck where he had stood and collapsed the entire corner of a hab block. Vael disappeared beneath falling masonry and emerged seconds later with half his shield scorched and dust pouring from the joints of his armor. "Again," Ral ordered. Cord reached the damaged ankle first. Machine oil rained from the ruptured plate. The iron hand drove a power blade into the exposed housing and cut through adamantium skin, cables and hydraulic bundles, while the Titan tried to shift its weight. The blade's disruption field screamed against metal. Ren followed, mechadendrites locking against the structure to brace himself as he tore away an access plate. "Void cycle rising," the tech marine warned. "We have moments." Cord carved deeper. Pressurized lubricant exploded from the wound and coated his black armor. Ren forced the first melter bomb inside, mag clamps locking against an internal support. Then another. Ral reached them as the warhound's weight began moving back toward the damaged leg. "Clear." Cord withdrew his blade. Ren released his braces. They ran. "Not yet," Ral said. The machine stepped. "Now." The melter bombs detonated inside the ankle. There was no theatrical explosion at first, only a white flare visible through the gaps in the armor and an abrupt scream of metal transmitted through the street. Then the warhound placed its full weight upon the ruined assembly. Structural members failed. Pistons ruptured. The lower leg twisted inward at an angle no machine of that mass could survive. The Titan tried to compensate, torso rotating violently while stabilization systems fought for balance. Its intact foot dug trenches through the avenue. The damaged leg folded. Thousands of tons of sacred armor pitched sideways. The warhound fell like a fortress. Its shoulder struck a hab tower and broke the structure through its middle. Hundreds of inhabited levels collapsed together. Windows erupted outward in kilometer-long waves. Men were thrown from balconies like insects. The Titan's head smashed through another building and disappeared inside it, while its reactor housing tore open the avenue. The shockwave knocked mortal soldiers from their feet across several streets. A wall of rubble and powdered ferrocrete rolled through the district. Vehicles overturned. Bodies vanished beneath it. The megabolter discharged once during the fall, its uncontrolled burst ripping through 3 hab blocks before the ammunition feed died. Then the machine lay still, one leg twisted backward and smoke pouring from its wounded ankle. "Princeps remains alive," Ren reported. Skeld was already climbing. The Space Wolf ascended the fallen Titan, using armor seams, devotional chains, and maintenance rungs intended for Mechanicus crews. The machine's head lay half buried inside the shattered hab structure. Its cockpit armor had split along one edge from the impact. Skeld forced his chainsword into the gap and cut until he could wedge both gauntlets into the opening. He pulled. The plate moved centimeters. Servos whined inside his armor. He pulled again until metal tore free. Inside, the command throne was a slaughterhouse of cables, shattered consoles, and broken crewmen. One Moderatus had been pulped against his restraints. Another was still moving, despite half his face being torn away. The Princeps remained hardwired into the god machine, blood running from his nose and ears as he looked toward the Astartes through eyes that were not entirely his own. "Kill me," the Princeps whispered. Skeld regarded him for a heartbeat. "Gladly." The bolt pistol fired. The Princeps's skull burst against the rear of the command throne. Extraction should have been the easy part. It was not. The surviving Deathwatch regrouped beneath the shadow of the dead Titan, while loyal guard armor moved to exploit the breach. Ral had just ordered the kill team toward a secure transit route when Cade screamed a warning. The air behind oars folded inward. The enslaver entered real space, almost touching him. For one fraction of a heartbeat, the ultramarine became motionless. His bolter was raised. His next step had already begun. Every muscle simply locked. Psychic force held him in place as completely as if the Emperor himself had commanded stillness. The enslaved anti-tank crews had been waiting for exactly that moment. A Lascanon struck Oars in the side. His power armor flashed white, ceramite bursting outward as the beam burned through his abdominal plating. Before he could fall, an armor-piercing shell from a nearby autocannon tore through his hip and removed everything below the waist in an eruption of blood, shattered pelvis, and armor fragments. A second impact struck his chest. The breastplate caved, split, and exploded outward as broken ribs and pieces of lung sprayed across the rubble behind him. Oars hit the ground in 2 pieces. The Deathwatch returned fire instantly. Cord's frag cannon erased the anti-tank position. Mordain burned the surviving gunners from their emplacement. Ral fired on the enslaver, but it phased before the rounds arrived, becoming a distortion in the air and vanishing through the ruined wall. Hail reached Oars. The ultramarine was still alive. His remaining heart spasmed beneath the ruined chest cavity. Blood poured from the wreckage of his torso, faster than even Astartes' physiology could replace it. Hale knelt, Diagnosta already reporting what he knew by sight. No recovery. Oars looked up at Ral. His voice emerged as static and blood through the broken Vox grill. The line? Held. Then expenditure was acceptable. His remaining heart stopped. Hale worked immediately. There was no time for lamentation. The apothecary opened what remained of the armor and recovered the progenoid glands with practiced precision, while shells continued falling beyond the wreck of the Titan. Ral removed Ors's identification seal from the ruined gorget and closed one. Armored hand around it. Move. Skeld stared at him. Blood from the princeps still marked the Space Wolf's armor. That is all? Ral turned. He was our brother. He was. No words? Ral looked past Skeld toward the burning front, where thousands more Imperial soldiers were dying every minute, and an enslaved warhound lay across a street, paved with corpses. Mourn when the species is secure. For several seconds, Skeld said nothing. Then his chainsword locked against his thigh, and he followed. Cade stopped before they reached the transit entrance. His psychic hood crackled softly, the sound almost lost beneath the bombardment. Blood began leaking again from one nostril. He wiped it away and stared toward Hive Daedalon. Ral saw the change in him. Report. The mines. What of them? Cade's gaze remained fixed upon the distant hive. They are no longer separate. Vael raised his helm. Speak clearly. Cade closed his eyes. More than 1 billion enslaved humans moved across Calliston Prime. Beyond them were billions more terrified, wounded, enraged, praying, or dying. Every battlefield was a storm of thought. Every massacre drove fear into the warp. Every enthralled mind was connected through pressure that had become too vast for the librarian to perceive as individuals. They are becoming a single psychic system, Cade said. Not one mind. A network. Every controlled human strengthens the pressure upon the next. Every act of terror makes the veil thinner. Every captured psyker gives the creatures another point of entry. Ral looked toward Daedalon. And the source? Cade's expression hardened. There is something beneath the hive. One presence stronger than the others. Vastly stronger. The network bends toward it. An enslaver? Yes. Location. Cade opened bloodshot eyes. Below Daedalon. Deep below it. Behind them, the corpse of the warhound burned, while armies numbering in the millions continued murdering one another beneath the poisoned sky. Ral looked toward the hive. Then that is where we go. The war above Hive Daedalon had become too large to possess a sound that any single man could understand. Artillery barrages rolled across continental fronts. Tank armies burned in avenues kilometers wide. Aircraft fought beneath cloud banks stained black by industrial ash, and millions died beneath banners whose bearers could no longer be certain which commanders remained servants of the throne. Yet far below that slaughter, beneath the foundation vaults, transit arteries, and machine crypts of Daedalon, there was almost silence. Watch Captain Severin Ral led the surviving kill team downward through infrastructure older than the Imperial hive raised over it, following stairwells whose steps had been worn into shallow depressions centuries before Calliston Prime had become a crusade arsenal. Their armor servos whispered with every movement. Cooling units exhaled softly beneath black ceramite. Water dripped somewhere beyond the reach of their helm lamps, each impact against metal echoing through tunnels large enough to swallow cathedrals. The distant planetary bombardment reached them only as occasional tremors in the walls, reminders that billions of men were murdering one another beneath a poisoned sky, while fewer than a dozen space marines descended towards something that might decide whether any of them mattered. Malthus Cade's breathing was the loudest human sound on the command channel. The librarian had attempted to suppress it, but every kilometer brought greater pressure against his mind, and his respirations had become slow, deliberate pulls of air. Blood had dried black beneath his nose. Fresh red appeared there again, before Ral ordered the first halt. "How far?" Ral asked. Cade stood at the center of an abandoned junction, where Imperial construction had been welded over older architecture of uncertain origin. "Down." Skeld gave a low grunt. "Useful." Cade ignored him. "The presence beneath Daedalon is still there, stronger than before. There are lesser concentrations around it." "Enslavers?" "Not all." Vile's storm shield shifted slightly. "Then name them." "I cannot." That answer brought silence even from Skeld. The first altered human appeared less than 100 meters later. He had been chained to an ancient transit arch by industrial restraints, scavenged from manufacturum lifting rigs. The chains were human. The rivets were human. The old Imperial maintenance numerals beneath them were still visible through dried blood. Only the body between them had ceased to belong to ordinary anatomy. The captive's arms remained recognizable, though bloated and purple beneath stretched skin. His chest had widened grotesquely. The sternum bulged outward beneath bruised flesh, as if another skeleton were trying to force its way through the first. A feeding tube entered through one nostril and disappeared into his throat. Waste tubing had been fitted with crude efficiency beneath him. Men under enslaver control had not merely dragged the psyker here and abandoned him. They had kept him alive. Hale approached, diagnoster raised. Early structural conversion, increased osteoblastic activity, hormonal disruption, elevated temperature, neural tissue remains coherent. The captive's eyes opened. He saw the silver arm of the Deathwatch apothecary and began to cry. Hale continued scanning him. "Conscious?" "Yes." "Useful?" "No." Ral drew his bolt pistol. The captive's lips trembled. "Please." The shot removed the upper half of his skull. Hale did not react to the blood across his gauntlet. Conversion had begun. Recovery could not be guaranteed. Ral holstered the pistol. "Mark the stage." The apothecary did. They descended. More bodies appeared as the tunnels widened. At first they were separated by dozens of meters, chained to support columns or strapped to obsolete transit machinery. Then they appeared in rows. Some wore the ragged grey of underhive labourers. Others still had sanctioned psyker restraint collars around their necks. Several had administratum prison markings burned into their foreheads. The enslavers had taken from every hidden population available to them. Hale moved among the victims without changing pace, cataloguing their degradation in the same tone with which he might have assessed bolter wounds after battle. Dermal discoloration, increasing vascular density, pelvic separation beginning. A few meters later, loss of independent intestinal function, nutrient delivery remains external. Then, Spinal elongation, host locomotion no longer possible. Farther down the passage, the word host ceased to sound like euphemism. One psyker had no torso left in any meaningful sense. His ribs had unfolded outward from his spinal column and fused with the transit arch behind him. The pelvis had split into two hooked masses gripping the deck. Lungs pulsed behind translucent sheets of tissue attached to structural beams. The heart had migrated upward and beat near what had once been the throat. A human face remained above the architecture of meat, stretched and bloodless, the eyes rolling beneath swollen lids. Skeld stared at it. Still alive? Biologically, Hale said. Man? No. Vael raised his pistol and fired. The face vanished. They passed beneath another arch, where there was no head to execute, only a spine stretched vertically through a membrane of tissue. Cade stopped beneath it. The air tasted wrong even through his armor filters. This one is incomplete. Wren examined the structure. Insufficient conversion? No? Cade moved closer. Deliberate. Raal looked toward him. Explain. The librarian lifted one gauntlet without touching the flesh. Psychic static crawled over his armor in blue-white threads and vanished. It is not being prepared as a passage. Then what purpose does it serve? Hale asked. Cade's voice became quieter. Resonance. No one answered. There are others nearby, he continued. I felt them separately from the active gates. I thought they were failed conversions. His breathing deepened again. They are not failures. The enslavers are leaving them incomplete because the hosts remain useful in this state. Their minds are stretched between flesh and the warp. The creatures are using them as amplifiers. Vael's sword cleared its scabbard by a hand's breadth. Against whom? Cade turned toward him. Me. The answer seemed to tighten the darkness. Raal asked. Effect? Cade did not respond immediately. That delay mattered more than the words that followed. I am no longer certain every thought in my skull belongs to me. Vael's bolt pistol rose. It stopped level with Cade's. Forehead. Skeld shifted instinctively, not toward either warrior, but sideways, clearing his own firing lane. Cord lowered the frag cannon just enough that it could cover both corridor approaches. Hale watched Cade rather than Vael. No one mistook the moment for an argument. You gave your word, Vael said to Raal. I remember. The witch identifies himself as compromised. Cade's voice was calm. He is correct. Vael looked toward him. You concede quickly. I have no interest in dying slowly because pride prevented accuracy. The Black Templar's pistol remained raised. Raal stepped between neither man. Can you still locate the primary presence? Yes. Can you identify active gates? Yes. Can you distinguish intrusion from your own thought? Cade's eyes narrowed behind his lenses. Usually. Vael's weapon moved a fraction higher. There, the answer. Raal ignored him. Then Cade remains operational. The Templar turned his helm toward the watch captain. You would use a compromised psyker as a tracking beast. I would use any weapon that still functions. This is the reasoning that leaves worlds dead. Raal finally faced him. Worlds die whether reasoning is sound or not. The difference is whether their deaths purchase anything. Vael's pistol remained steady for another heartbeat. Then he lowered it. Cade said nothing. The first heavy stubber opened fire before they reached the next junction. Rounds tore sparks from Vael's storm shield. A second weapon joined the first from a recessed maintenance alcove. Then lasfire cut across the corridor from a firing position built behind stacked corpse containers. The enslaved defenders had used existing infrastructure well. They had welded firing shelves into maintenance recesses, cut apertures through bulkheads, and positioned laborers with autoguns behind guard heavy weapons crews. Servitors lumbered among them carrying ammunition crates, directed by overseers whose minds were no longer their own. Shield forward, Raal ordered. Vael advanced. The storm shield took a sheet of fire that would have cut mortal infantry apart. Impact flashes strobed across its field. Cord followed immediately behind the Templar, using the shielded advance as moving cover. His frag cannon fired once. The maintenance alcove ceased to contain men. The blast struck packed bodies at close range and converted them into a wall of shredded flesh. Torsos opened. Limbs became fragments. A gunner's rib cage came apart so completely that his organs struck the wall before the rest of him collapsed. Blood ran down exposed conduits and filled the seams between deck plates. "Right recess," Sith said. Rahl fired 3 times. 3 heads disappeared behind a firing slit. Mordain stepped into the left flank, Infernus heavy bolter roaring. Explosive shells punched through flak armor and detonated inside human bodies. Men burst against the walls. One guardsman lost both arms and part of his chest, yet continued stumbling forward until Skeld kicked him hard enough to fold what remained of his ribcage around his spine. Then the flanking tunnels opened. Hundreds came through them. "Prometheum," Rahl ordered. Mordain changed weapon systems. Fire filled the left passage. The first ranks became black shapes inside orange light. Uniforms ignited. Skin blistered, split and peeled from muscle. Men collapsed onto one another, while those behind kept advancing, climbing across burning bodies, because whatever commanded them recognized pain only as information. The flames consumed oxygen quickly enough to make the tunnel breathe around the Astartes. Cord fired again. The frag blast struck the right passage at chest height. Dozens of men became red vapor and bone fragments. The Deathwatch advanced. There was no room for grace. The tunnels narrowed, bodies accumulated, and blood rose around their greaves. Rahl's boots splashed through a mixture of coolant, sewage, and human gore, deep enough to coat his armor above the ankle. Skeld's chainsword clogged twice.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
The first time he reversed the motor and sprayed strips of meat from the teeth. The second time, a guardsman's pelvis jammed the chain so deeply that he discarded the weapon, drew his combat blade, and continued killing at arm's reach. He drove the knife through one man's mouth and out beneath the skull, ripped it free, then crushed another's sternum with his elbow. Viel broke arms against the rim of his shield and shot men through the face at distances too short for the bolt rounds to achieve full penetration before detonation. Heads burst against his silver vambrace. Hale killed with clinical economy whenever defenders reached Cade, choosing throat, eye socket, and exposed cranial seams. The enslaved did not care how many died. That made the tunnel a machine for converting humanity into obstruction. Rahl understood what the enemy wanted moments before Sith said it. They are slowing us. Yes. For the gates. Rahl looked toward Cade. The librarian had stopped. Every lumen strip in the corridor flickered. Cade. The wall behind him moved. Not the bulkhead. Something within it. The enslaver phased through solid metal like an organ emerging from dark water. Its body came first as distortion, then leathery mass, then whipping pale tentacles. It manifested close enough that Cade had no time to raise his force weapon. 3 tendrils wrapped around his psychic hood. The librarian screamed. The sound was not human weakness. It was psychic impact given a voice. Every lumen in the corridor exploded at once. Darkness swallowed them. Helm vision activated automatically, painting the tunnel in low-light green and thermal outlines. Cade burned white in every spectrum as psychic energy tore from his armor. The enslaver clung to him, sack-like body flexing while its tendrils tightened around the psychic hood. Rahl fired. The creature flickered. The rounds passed through where its body had been and detonated against the wall. Cade dropped his force weapon. Both hands went to the creature, not to pull it away, to hold himself still. His voice reached them through static. "Do not..." The channel dissolved into screaming feedback. Viel heard another voice beneath it. His own. "Kill the witch." The command arrived with the conviction of a memory. Vael froze. Kill the witch now. His pistol moved. He locked his arm. The pressure intensified. Images slammed into him. Cade transformed into a gate. Daedalon drowning beneath warp creatures. The librarian turning upon the kill team. Each possibility wore the certainty of prophecy. Vael roared a denial and charged the enslaver instead. The creature struck him psychically. His vision vanished. For one heartbeat, he was nowhere. For another, he stood upon the deck of a black ship, surrounded by screaming psychers. Then he was back in the tunnel with the alien in front of him. Vael drove his power sword into its body. The disruption field tore through leathery tissue with a burst of blue-white energy. The enslaver convulsed. One tentacle released Cade and wrapped around Vael's helm. Another struck his storm shield hard enough to crack the decorative edging. Vael pushed forward. The pressure inside his skull became unbearable. He heard prayers backward. He heard his own voice confessing treachery. He saw the Emperor's throne empty. He kept pushing. "Release him!" The words came through clenched teeth. The enslaver pulsed. Vael twisted the blade. Alien flesh split. Translucent organs spilled from the wound and slapped across the storm shield, clear membranes containing dark floating nodules that burst when they struck the deck. The creature tried to phase. Cade seized it psychically. His mind flared. For the briefest instant, the corridor became bright enough in the warp that every creature beneath Daedalon could have seen him. The enslaver became solid. Vael hacked downward. The power sword opened the sack from top to underside. Alien organs poured across him. The creature collapsed. Cade fell to both knees. The psychic pressure vanished so suddenly that the silence afterward felt artificial. Vael stood over the corpse, breathing hard. His sword dripped translucent fluid. Cade looked up. "You should have killed me." Vael's helm turned toward him. Perhaps. Cade waited. The Black Templar offered one gauntleted hand. "Rise, brother." Cade stared at it, then took it. Vael pulled him upright. The word remained between them, more significant because neither acknowledged it. Raoul checked Cade's vital signs. "Can you continue?" "Yes." Vael looked toward the captain. "He can." It was not forgiveness. It was not trust. It was enough. They descended another kilometer. Then the tunnel ended. The Deathwatch emerged onto a platform overlooking darkness, vast enough that their helm lamps could not find its boundaries. One by one, Wren deployed illuminator skulls. Their beams traveled outward, revealing walls, then towers, then streets. Not tunnels. A city. Buried beneath Daedalon lay another settlement, older than the hive above, its architecture swallowed by later construction, yet preserved in a cavernous subsurface vault. Roads radiated between collapsed administratum blocks, transit halls, and ancient hab structures from the forgotten centuries of the Jericho sector. Statues had fallen across avenues. Aquila reliefs were cracked by age. Dust lay everywhere except where millions of feet had recently disturbed it. And every street was full. Bodies, thousands upon thousands of psychers, had been brought below. Some were chained upright along building fronts. Others filled plazas in ordered ranks. Early-stage victims lay restrained on freight pallets, while enslaved attendants fed them nutrients. More advanced hosts hung from arches of steel. Farther into the buried city, human anatomy had been rearranged beyond recognition. Ribs became braces. Spines became pillars. Pelvises gripped walls. Membranes trembled within old archways. Incomplete gates. Active gates. Future gates. Cade stepped to the platform edge. His breath caught. Raoul did not need to ask whether the scale had changed. "How many?" Cade opened his psychic senses only enough to answer. Blood immediately ran from his nose. "Thousands." Skeld looked over the buried streets. "Enslavers?" "Potential passages." Hale's diagnoster began returning so many biological anomalies that warning glyphs obscured the display. Wren stared across the city. They built this. Cade shook his head. No. The librarian looked down upon the rows of transforming human beings, the feeding lines, the restraints, the transit routes used to move living psychic bodies into position. They made us build it. Raal stood motionless, while the truth settled over the kill team. This was not the enemy's nest. It was not even its fortress. It was infrastructure. A production line built from human minds and human flesh, constructed so that creatures beyond reality could manufacture entrances into the world faster than the Deathwatch could close them. Cade's voice became little more than a whisper. We have found the doorway factory. Raal did not look upon the buried city beneath Daedalon and see prisoners. He saw doors, thousands of them, some still wearing human faces, some already stretched into architectures of bone and membrane, all representing pathways by which another enslaver might force itself into real space. The conclusion required no debate. The enemy required living psychic hosts and living minds through which to spread its domination. Therefore, the Imperium would deny it both. Raal transmitted the final protocol of Black Cordon from the buried city's upper platform, while the remaining Deathwatch formed a perimeter around him. His voice traveled through secure military channels to every command post, fortress headquarters, and surviving loyal formation still capable of receiving orders. Every unsanctioned psyker was to be executed immediately upon discovery. Every sanctioned psyker outside Deathwatch custody was to be detained under armed guard or killed if detention could not be guaranteed. Any regiment, battalion, armor company, artillery group, or command staff demonstrating coordinated psychic compromise was to be annihilated rather than isolated for recovery. No contaminated unit was to be allowed withdrawal. No civilian evacuation route was to remain open without screening. Any transport attempting planetary departure was to be destroyed. Raal did not justify the decree. He ended the transmission with the only explanation he considered necessary. The living are the enemy's ammunition. Deny it ammunition. Across Calistin Prime, loyal Imperial soldiers began killing their own species with renewed purpose. Commissars executed entire companies after men failed authentication checks or repeated orders they could not remember receiving. In Hive Caradoc, where 4 billion citizens still lived beneath functioning lumen grids, but no external signal escaped, surviving artillery batteries shelled their own manufacturing districts after Auspex detected mass movement toward the orbital freight complexes. Hundreds of thousands died beneath the first bombardments. More followed when the movement continued. Lehman Russ squadrons formed walls of wreckage across evacuation arteries and shot every vehicle approaching from compromised sectors. Chimera crews parked their transports across roads, evacuated, then detonated the fuel and ammunition inside them to create burning barricades. At one fortress gate, guardsmen turned heavy bolters upon refugees attempting to force passage. The first ranks died immediately, bodies opening beneath explosive rounds. Those behind kept pressing forward until the road became so thick with corpses that the living had to climb across their dead. The gunners continued firing until barrels glowed. Men on both sides shouted the Emperor's name. The name did not distinguish loyalty anymore. The surviving command staff of Calistin Prime understood what the Deathwatch required of them, because the Imperium had prepared them for such obedience from childhood. Worlds existed to serve mankind. Men existed to serve worlds. If both had to be expended so that contamination did not spread, the expenditure was sacred. Even commanders who hated Raal obeyed him, because hatred had no authority against an Ordo Xenos seal. The great planetary road networks became execution grounds. Fortress guns fired upon troop columns whose identification ciphers remained technically valid. Aircraft destroyed supply depots because a single Munitorum overseer had disappeared for 11 minutes and returned unable to account for where he had been. Entire habstacks were sealed from the outside and abandoned when psychic irregularities were reported within. Men starved behind locked bulkheads, while priests preached that obedience in death was the final duty of the faithful. Raal received each casualty report without comment. The planet was losing men by the million. That mattered only insofar as those deaths bought time. The astropathic fortress of St. Caldus stood on Daedalon's western military tier, an armored cathedral buried beneath layers of void-hardened ferrocrete and surrounded by defense emplacements intended to protect the world's principal choir from orbital attack. Its occupants had not yet been compromised. That was why they had to die. Hundreds of sanctioned astropaths remained within, many blinded according to imperial custom, their bodies frail from lives spent touching the warp and carrying messages across distances no ordinary voice could bridge. They had been sealed behind their own defenses when Black Cordon began. Raal reached the fortress with Cade, Vael, Hale, and 4 other veterans, while Wren maintained control of the outer transit arteries. The commandant admitted them after verifying the Deathwatch seal 3 times. He was an old man in a navy pattern coat, his scalp webbed with augmetic sockets. "My lord," he said, "the choir remains uncontaminated. Every astropath has been screened hourly." Hale answered before Raal did. "Screening cannot guarantee future resistance." The commandant's face changed as understanding came to him. "You cannot mean to destroy the choir." Raal looked past him toward the sealed doors, beyond which hundreds of psychic minds waited. "One final transmission will be made to Arioch." The old officer swallowed. "And after?" "The fortress will be extinguished." The astropaths knew before the Deathwatch entered the choir vault. Perhaps one of them had read it in the fear of the mortal attendants. Perhaps psychic sensitivity made secrecy impossible. Hundreds sat within concentric rings around a sunken transmission dais, robed in grey and black, many with eyes covered by devotional strips marked in high Gothic prayer script. Cade walked among them without his helm. His psychic hood rose around his skull like the frame of a cage. The final transmission to Watch Fortress Arioch was brief. Confirmation of advanced enslaver infestation, multiple active gates, mass compromise of planetary command assets, and the discovery of an extensive psychic conversion network beneath Daedalon. When the message was sent and the choir fell silent, Cade turned to Raal. "I will do it." Vael looked toward him. "Why?" "Because I know what they are being spared." Raal studied him for several seconds. "Granted." No ceremonial execution followed. The Deathwatch were not there to grant a noble death, merely a certain one. Cade moved around the chamber with a suppressed bolt pistol, while Vael guarded the entrance. The first astropath bowed his head. The round entered the temple and burst the skull inward. The next began reciting the litany of divine sight. Cade shot him before the second line. Some prayed, some remained silent, some cursed the Deathwatch and called them murderers. One old astropath spat blood onto Cade's greave and told him that servants of the Emperor should know the difference between sacrifice and cowardice. Cade killed him without response. Another attempted psychic resistance when Cade approached, a burst of force strong enough to crack the stone beneath the librarian's boots. Cade crushed the man's will with a thought and fired through his forehead. Bodies accumulated in the rings. Blood ran into the sunken channels, once used to carry ritual incense, the smell of propellant mixed with hot copper and sacred oils. Vael watched the chamber empty and said nothing. When the final astropath remained, he asked only whether the message had reached Arioch. Cade answered, "Yes." The man smiled faintly. "Then do your duty." The pistol fired. Cade lowered it. "The beacon is extinguished." The enslavers struck before they could leave the fortress. The first indication was not psychic. It was gunfire. Defense troops outside opened fire on one another across the courtyard, las beams flashing through smoke, while heavy stubbers hammered from the parapets. Raoul ordered immediate withdrawal through the eastern corridor. Mordain took the rear with the Infernus heavy bolter, firing disciplined bursts into enthralled troopers, forcing their way through the blast doors. The weapon's heavy shells burst men open against the walls. One trooper lost his head and continued forward for 2 steps before his nervous system accepted that it was dead. Another had both legs torn away and dragged himself by his elbows through the blood of his comrades. Mordain stepped backward, firing, his armor black beneath the muzzle flashes. Then he stopped. At first, Raoul assumed the weapon had malfunctioned. Mordain. Status. No answer. The Mortifactor's veteran lowered the Infernus heavy bolter. Hale turned toward him. His Diagnosta rune remained green. Heart rhythms stable. Armor systems normal. No visible injury. Mordain? The warrior's helm tilted slightly. Then the Infernus heavy bolter rose toward the Deathwatch. "Break!" Raoul ordered. Mordain fired. The first burst struck where Cade had been standing. Mass-reactive heavy shells pulverized the stone wall and detonated within the choir vault beyond. Vael dragged the librarian behind his shield, while Cord moved for the opposite firing angle. Mordain did not pursue blindly. He shifted immediately into cover behind a devotional pillar and fired short, controlled bursts down the approach corridor, forcing his brothers away from the exits. There was no berserk rage, no demonic roaring, no loss of skill. That was what made him dangerous. Whatever had seized him possessed the instincts of a veteran space marine because it possessed the veteran space marine himself. "Mordain, challenge," Raoul said. The answer came instantly. Saint Asterion died facing east. Correct. Raoul changed the code. Second challenge. Eriok remembers. Eriok endures. Correct again. Cade's voice came through the vox. It has his memories. Mordain switched to the flamer. Promethium flooded the corridor. Cord tried to cross between firing positions, and the fire struck him across the left side. Burning fuel adhered to his armor, spilling over his pauldron and down the augmetic half of his torso. Warning runes flooded his vision. The Iron Hand threw himself through a side arch and smashed against the deck, while suppression systems vented foam across the flames. His black plate blistered. Cabling beneath the shoulder melted. Cord rose anyway. "Arm functional," he reported. "Your armor is burning," Skeld said. "Observation irrelevant." Mordain's heavy bolter opened fire again. Skeld stared across the corridor at the Mortifactor's veteran. "He is still in there," Cade answered. "So were the men aboard the cruiser. He is Astartes. Apparently that does not matter." Skeld's chainsword came free. Raoul saw what he intended. Hold. The Space Wolf did not move. Then Mordain shifted his firing position with perfect tactical sense, feinting toward Vael and placing a burst. Through the wall beside Skeld, one heavy shell struck the Space Wolf in the shoulder. Black ceramite burst outward. Blood sprayed from the joint seal. Skeld staggered. That ended his hesitation. He charged. Mordain fired again, but Skeld crossed the corridor before the weapon could correct. His chainsword hit the Infernus heavy bolter's housing and drove it aside as a burst ripped through the ceiling. Mordain released the heavy weapon instead of fighting for it and drew his combat blade. The two Astartes hit each other like colliding vehicles. Skeld smashed Mordain through a stone partition. The Mortifactor's veteran answered by driving his knife into the damaged shoulder joint. Skeld roared and headbutted him hard enough to crack both helm lenses. They crashed into the adjacent chamber, breaking furniture, statues, and the remains of an astropathic shrine beneath their weight. Mordain fought without emotion, because the enslaver did not need emotion. He cut for armor seals. He used Skeld's damaged shoulder. He disengaged every time the chainsword gained leverage and tried to reach the Infernus weapon whenever distance opened. Skeld fought with fury but not stupidity, keeping the chainsword between them and forcing Mordain away from the heavy gun. The blades struck sparks from black ceramite. Mordain drove a knee into Skeld's abdomen, then slashed across his gorget. Skeld answered by catching Mordain's knife wrist beneath his gauntlet and crushing until armor joints screamed. "Mordain!" Skeld snarled. "Fight it!" The Mortifactor's helm turned toward him. Then Mordain spoke in his own voice. "I am." Whether the words belonged to him or the thing inside him, none of them ever knew. Ral had followed the duel without firing, not from hesitation. He was waiting for certainty. It came when Skeld wrenched Mordain sideways and exposed the left side of his helm. Ral raised his bolter. The first round struck the eye lens and shattered it inward. Mordain staggered. The second penetrated the faceplate. The third detonated inside his skull. The back of the helm burst apart. Blood, bone, and grey brain matter sprayed across Skeld's breastplate and chainsword. Mordain remained standing for a fraction of a second, hands still locked around Skeld's arm. Then he fell. No one spoke. Hale moved immediately. The apothecary knelt beside Mordain's twitching body and began opening the ruined armor. The Mortifactor's veteran's muscles still contracted under residual nerve impulses, while Hale cut into the neck and thoracic cavity. Blood pooled beneath the corpse. One progenoid gland came free intact. The second required Hale to work around damage from Ral's bolt rounds. He sealed both within a stasis reliquary. Skeld watched him. "You were right," the Space Wolf said to Cade. The librarian looked at Mordain's corpse. "No." Skeld turned. "I hoped you were wrong." Cade's expression remained hard. "So did I." That changed the mission more than the death itself. Until Mordain fell, every Astartes had known theoretically that psychic domination might reach them. Theory was easy to dismiss when centuries of conditioning, hypno-indoctrination, and transhuman will stood between a space marine and ordinary human weakness. Mordain made theory irrelevant. The Enslavers could take Astartes. Ral established new protocols before Hale finished sealing the gene seed. Challenge codes would rotate constantly. Every warrior's biometric data would be monitored through the command channel. Any unexplained deviation in movement, weapon handling, or speech would trigger immediate lethal scrutiny. No battle brother was to leave another's sight, where operationally avoidable. Weapons would remain ready even during command discussions. Cade listened. Insufficient. Ral looked toward him. A perfect puppet will remember every challenge response Mordain remembered. It will know his reflexes, his battlefield habits, his loyalties. It may reproduce biometric states if control is precise enough. Vile's grip tightened around his sword. "Then how do we know you are Cade?" The librarian met his gaze. "You do not." Silence followed. No one challenged that answer. Each warrior understood the new compact without needing it spoken. Brotherhood no longer meant believing the man beside you could never betray you. It meant being willing to kill him the instant he did. The thunder of aircraft arrived while they were crossing the fortress roof. At first, the sound merged with artillery from the eastern front. Then the cloud cover above Daedalon flashed with engine fire. Thunderhawks descended through burning ash in armored formation, their hulls black, their wings marked with the silver insignia of the long vigil. Corvus Black Stars flew among them, smaller and faster, cutting through smoke trails left by anti-aircraft fire. Ground batteries attempted to engage. Navy fighters and orbital strikes answered before the first Deathwatch transport reached the landing zone. The Thunderhawks came down hard. Ramps opened. Black-armored giants emerged. Kill team after kill team deployed into the burning hive, silver-left arms catching the reflected firelight. Imperial fists, blood angels, dark angels, space wolves, ultramarines, black Templars, iron hands, Raven Guard, and others whose heraldry had been carried to Eriok from chapters scattered across the Imperium. Veterans who had hunted species most human beings would never know existed, now stepped onto Callistin Prime with bolters loaded and blades drawn. Raoul watched tactical runes multiply across his helm display. 64 Deathwatch Astartes were now committed to the world. An extraordinary concentration. An expenditure Watch Fortress Ariok would never make merely to save a planet. Skeld looked across the arriving warriors. They came for Calistin. Raoul turned toward the burning horizon. No. Another Thunderhawk descended through the ash, while somewhere beyond Daedalon, 1 million enslaved men advanced against their own species. They came to make certain nothing leaves it. 64 warriors of the Deathwatch could not hold a planetary front, and Severin Raoul had no intention of wasting them by trying. Calistin Prime's surviving generals possessed hundreds of millions of soldiers for trenches, fortress walls, and kilometers of defensive earthworks. The Adeptus Astartes were not infantry in that sense. They were scalpels driven into arteries. Before the last Thunderhawk had cleared the burning landing grounds around Hive Daedalon, Raoul had divided the warriors sent from Ariok into kill teams and transmitted target priorities across encrypted command channels. Artillery headquarters, controlling enslaved batteries, were struck first. Gate complexes followed. Captured defense stations, void shield generators, armor concentrations, transit command nodes, and the fortified approaches to suspected psychic sites were marked for destruction. The effect was immediate and grotesquely disproportionate. A loyal guard division trapped beneath fire for hours would suddenly see black-armored giants descend through smoke, annihilate the command bunker directing the enemy guns, and vanish before the relieved guardsmen understood who had saved them. Entire armor assaults collapsed when a handful of Deathwatch veterans appeared behind them with melter charges and target coordinates. Fortress gates believed impregnable by ordinary infantry were opened from within minutes before the Imperial counterattack arrived. Yet every victory remained microscopic against the scale of the world. The planetary battle line stretched for thousands of kilometers. For every position the Deathwatch broke, 10 more burned beyond sight. Calistin Prime was dying faster than even the Long Watch could kill. Raoul directed the war from a forward command post, built inside what remained of a Munitorum cathedral overlooking Daedalon's southern defense districts. The roof had been torn away by artillery, leaving the strategium open to a sky the color of furnace ash. He watched the different chapter traditions of the Deathwatch become parts of a single weapon. Raven Guard veterans moved ahead of the main assaults, crossing rooftops and dead manufactorum galleries to eliminate artillery observers and communications officers before those men could understand they had been found. Imperial fists took the fortified approaches, placing breaching charges with mathematical precision and entering through walls rather than doors. Space wolves hit positions already destabilized by sniper and demolition attacks, turning controlled violence into close-range slaughter with chainswords, power axes, and bolt pistols. Black Templars advanced with them wherever the fighting narrowed into corridors and stairwells, storm shields locking firing lanes while power weapons cut through men too, tightly packed to retreat. Heavy specialists from Iron Hands, Salamanders, and other chapters hunted armor and weapons nests, frag cannons, and Infernus heavy bolters, reducing resistance before the assault teams closed. Kill team commanders did not imitate one another. They exploited the things their chapters had spent millennia perfecting. Raoul gave them objectives, timing, and acceptable losses. The veterans supplied the methods. The Corvus Black Stars became executioners with wings. They flew beneath conventional attack patterns, descending through hive canyons, where cathedral spires, manufactorum chimneys, and collapsed habitation towers confused long-range tracking systems. Their pilots used the hive itself as armor. Anti-aircraft batteries attempting to traverse onto them found their firing arcs blocked by buildings until the Black Stars were already inside weapons range. Missiles struck first. Defense positions vanished beneath concussions of fire and masonry. Then cannon bursts raked exposed platforms while the aircraft barely slowed to release their kill teams. Ral watched one Black Star carrying Imperial Fist, and Raven Guard veterans dive directly through a curtain of tracer fire above the eastern manufactorum wall. Heavy caliber rounds passed close enough to score its armor. A defense platform exploded as the aircraft crossed above it, throwing bodies, shattered gun components, and fragments of deck plating into the Black Star's path. A severed human torso struck the cockpit armor and burst across the viewing panel in a wet red smear. The pilot did not deviate. The craft rolled through the debris, dropped its kill team onto a captured generator station, and climbed away, trailing smoke. 4 minutes later, the station's void shields failed. Loyal artillery began firing before the Deathwatch had finished withdrawing. The war extended above the atmosphere as violently as it spread beneath it. Callistin's enslaved defense monitors no longer protected the planet. They hunted the quarantine fleet. Transport vessels carrying ammunition and crusade replacements turned their own point defense weapons upon Imperial escorts. Navy cruisers fired lance batteries across orbital distances, while kilometer-long warships rolled beneath one another like dueling continents. Plasma drives burned white against the void. Macro-cannon broadsides crossed darkness in patterns of incandescent destruction. Thousands of smaller craft died between the capital ships. Shuttles, interceptors, system boats, defense fighters and cargo tugs, whose crews had been converted from logistics personnel into expendable weapons. One contaminated transport attempted to ram a Navy cruiser and was crippled before impact. Its engines failed while it was still caught within Callistin's gravity well. The ship fell. Ral watched its descent through orbital feeds. The transport became a burning line across hundreds of kilometers of atmosphere, armor peeling from its hull as structural members tore away behind it. Men aboard continued transmitting proper distress protocols, even while the vessel came apart around them. What remained struck an enslaved district outside Hive Caradoc, with enough force to flatten several square kilometers. The impact became another tactical marker among thousands. The enslavers adapted to the presence of the Deathwatch with the same pitiless logic they had used against ordinary soldiers. They could not easily equal Astartes in direct combat. They therefore spent humans until the difference ceased to matter. Tens of millions of puppets were redirected toward objectives where kill teams had been detected. They came through streets already layered with bodies. They climbed over their own dead until barricades became ramps of flesh. They attacked fortified doors with mining explosives carried against their chests and sent entire infantry companies into firing lanes simply to force heavy weapons to expend ammunition. Ral began receiving ammunition warnings from teams that had killed thousands. Heavy bolter barrels glowed beneath repeated fire cycles. Bolt magazines emptied. Chains wards jammed with fragments of pelvis, spine and shredded flak armor. Power weapons continued cutting, but the hands carrying them could still be surrounded. Astartes were transhuman warriors. They were not inexhaustible machines. The enemy had learned that distinction. At the shrine district of St. Damas, one kill team killed so many enthralled guardsmen that the corpses formed a ramp high enough for later attackers to climb onto the upper battlements. Brother Sergeant Tiber Malrek of the Imperial Fists ordered the bodies burned, only to discover that the next waves used the burning dead as concealment. Men came through the smoke with skin already blistering, weapons held steady despite flesh peeling from their hands. Malrek's squad ran dry on standard bolt ammunition and shifted to pistol reserves, while their heavy specialist fired the last shells from his frag cannon. The final blast struck a packed stairwell and stripped dozens of men down to fragments of bone and hanging muscle. Then the weapon clicked empty. Malrek did not attempt to kill the next 10,000 personally. He planted a teleport homer, withdrew through a breach his warriors had cut earlier, and transmitted the coordinates to Ral. That became the new doctrine. The Deathwatch ceased treating human bodies as the primary targets. They became eyes for larger weapons. Raven Guard teams moved into enemy territory, identified psychic concentrations, and placed locator beacons. Assault teams broke through enough resistance to mark structures that could not be seen by orbital augurs. Then the Astartes withdrew and let the Imperial war machine kill in the numbers for which it had been built. Basilisk regiments fired coordinated barrages into entire hive districts. Manticore missiles descended upon identified gate concentrations in storms of shrieking warheads. Medusas shattered fortified transit hubs with siege shells that turned reinforced walls, defenders, and trapped civilians into the same pulverized material. Raal called down barrages covering kilometers at a time. The first salvos broke windows and men. The next collapsed roofs. The final concentrations churned streets until nothing remained above ground, larger than a wrecked tank hull. It was not precision by mortal standards. By the standards of Callistin Prime, it was surgery. Malthus Cade stood beside Raal, while another marked district disappeared beneath artillery. The librarian's eyes were red with burst vessels. The psychic pressure diminished. How much? For perhaps a minute. Then we repeat it. Cade looked toward the burning city. You are killing hundreds of thousands to suppress a sensation I can barely quantify. Raal turned his helm toward him. Is the sensation useful? Yes. Then quantify it faster. Cade almost laughed. It came out as a tired breath. You have the soul of an administratum clerk. I have killed several. The exchange ended there. Neither warrior mistook it for humor. The Black Star carrying Kill Team Damarian died over the western approach to Daedalon. Enslaved defense gunners had learned the aircraft routes and saturated the corridor rather than trying to track the craft individually. Autocannons, Hydra batteries, and captured missile launchers opened fire together. The Black Star crossed the first barrage. The second struck its port wing. Armor tore away. An engine flared and died. The pilot fought for altitude. Then a missile hit the damaged wing root and removed most of it. The aircraft cartwheeled. It struck the face of a hive structure hard enough to vanish inside it. 3 floors collapsed around the impact. The Black Star tore through habitation chambers, devotional galleries, and structural supports before stopping inside an industrial nave filled with broken machinery and burning fuel. Raal saw the aircraft's rune change from flight status to catastrophic damage. 5 Astartes life signs remained. Kill Team Damarian, report. Static. Then Brother Damarian's voice answered. Aircraft lost. 5 combat effective. Enemy converging. Sith was already studying the tactical feed. Tens of thousands. Raal enlarged the crash zone. The Black Star had fallen less than 2 kilometers from a primary psychic node. Its Auspex records and mission data contained updated routes toward the buried gateways. That information could not be abandoned. Hold position. Recovery force inbound. Damarian answered. Acknowledged. No request for rescue followed. The first enslaved troops reached them before the recovery team. The 5 Deathwatch emerged from the burning wreck with armor scorched black over black. Damarian, a Dark Angel veteran, carried a power sword and bolter. Brother Hadron of the Salamanders had lost the lower portion of one pauldron, but retained his flamer. Brother Vare of the Blood Angels carried a thunderhammer. Brother Corvin of the Raven Guard had a stalker pattern weapon and less than half his remaining ammunition. Brother Garrick of the Space Wolves had lost his chainsword in the crash and carried a combat blade long enough to resemble a mortal shortsword. They made the wreck into a fortress. Corvin killed officers and heavy weapons crews as they appeared. Hadron burned the first assault wave inside the entry galleries, Prometheum turning men into screaming shapes, even though the screams belonged to bodies whose minds were no longer free. Damarian held the center and fired only when targets crossed designated lines. Garrick met anything that survived the fire. Vare went after the tank. An enslaved Lehman Russ had forced its way through a collapsed freight passage and was trying to bring its battle cannon onto the crash site. The passage was too narrow for the turret to traverse fully, but its heavy bolters opened fire. Vere crossed the debris under a storm of rounds. One struck his thigh and broke armor without penetrating fully. Another ricochet tore a piece from his backpack. He reached the tank's already damaged track assembly before the cannon could turn. The thunder hammer came down. Its power field struck with a concussion that blew debris outward from the vehicle. The first blow deformed the track housing. The second shattered drive components. The third drove broken metal inward until the track snapped and the Lehman Russ slewed sideways into the wall. Vere moved toward the engine deck. An autocannon fired from less than 30 meters away. The first shells hit him in the back. His armor opened. The next burst tore through his torso. One arm vanished at the shoulder. Blood and fragments of internal organs sprayed across the tank hull. Vere remained upright long enough to turn toward the gun. The autocannon fired again. His chest disappeared. The thunder hammer fell from fingers that no longer existed. Hadran killed the autocannon crew with fire. Garrick reached Vere's body, tore the progenoid retrieval marker from his gorget, and continued fighting. The crowd reached them. Not hundreds, thousands, then more. The enslaved climbed through the burning galleries over bodies already waist-high. Damarian's bolter emptied. He drew his sword. Corvin fired his final stalker round through the eye lens of an enslaved sentinel pilot, then drew a combat knife. Garrick lost his left arm to concentrated las fire and fought on with the right. He stood atop the Black Star wreck and stabbed men through throats, eye sockets and mouths until sheer mass pulled him down. Ral watched his life rune disappear beneath a moving red concentration on the tactical display. Hadran died next. Damarian remained. "Recovery team? Distance?" Ral asked. Seth answered, 1 minute. Damarian heard it. He backed toward the Black Star's data core while men closed around him. 1 minute, he repeated. The Dark Angel fought for longer than that. When the recovery team arrived, Damarian was dead beneath a mound of bodies. The 5 Astartes had killed enough men around the wreck that the floor could not be seen. Blood ran through drainage channels designed for machine coolant. The recovery force did not attempt to reclaim the dead bodies whole. There was no time. Apothecaries cut through armor, recovered progenoid glands where possible, removed identification seals, and extracted the Black Star's mission core. Then they withdrew. Skeld watched the 5 life signs disappear from Ral's command display. They deserved remembrance. Ral reassigned the recovery team toward the next gateway. They will receive it. You did not even attempt extraction. Extraction would have cost another kill team. They held because you told them to. They held because that was their duty. Skeld's voice hardened. And their names? Ral looked toward him. Ariok remembers the dead. We exterminate the enemy. Skeld said nothing more. Cade began bleeding again. Not from the nose this time. A thin red line ran from one ear. Hale moved toward him, but the librarian raised a hand. Listen. Ral waited. The distant artillery continued. Aircraft engines shook dust from the ruined cathedral. Somewhere beyond the walls, thousands of controlled humans were being burned out of a fortress complex. Cade's face had gone pale. The network is changing. Explain. The gates beneath Daedalon, the psychic resonance, the number of enthralled minds. Cade swallowed. This is approaching the terminal condition described in the oldest Ordo records. A high-stage enslaver outbreak. Perhaps not complete yet, but close enough that the distinction will soon become academic. Hale looked toward him. Meaning? Cade answered, without looking away from Ral. Soon the expected military solution ceases to be reclamation. The Strategium Vox chimed before anyone could reply. The incoming transmission carried inquisitorial encryption. Ral accepted it. No human face appeared. Only a cipher, an authority seal, and a line of text rendered across his helm display. Exterminatus Authority confirmed. The sealed order granted the Deathwatch command discretion to condemn Calistin Prime should containment fail. Navy assets were already moving into the positions required to carry out the sentence. Raoul read the order once, then dismissed it. Skeld stared at him. How long? Raoul looked toward Cade. The librarian closed his eyes and reached cautiously toward the pressure beneath Daedalon. Not long. Raoul turned to the surviving kill team commanders. One assault. No one asked what happened if it failed. Above them, Imperial warships moved into firing positions around Calistin Prime, while the world continued killing itself below. The Long Watch had one assault left before 22 billion souls became an acceptable loss. The shattered cathedral had once been dedicated to St. Drusus Triumphant, though little remained of the saint except the lower half of a bronze statue protruding from a mound of pulverized masonry. The roof had collapsed during the fighting for Daedalon's western districts, and through the broken vaults, the surviving Deathwatch could see the sky repeatedly turning white beneath distant artillery. Dust fell from fractured columns with every impact. Incense burners still hung from chains over the ruined nave, swinging gently in the concussions, while the air beneath them smelled of propellant, ash, burned human fat, and the cold metallic scent of Astartes' armor. Severin Raoul stood before a hololithic projection cast across what had once been the cathedral's altar. The tactical image contained the remnants of a planetary war, army groups reduced to fragments, hive districts marked contaminated, fortress lines broken, defense stations lost, orbital assets compromised, and beneath Hive Daedalon, a spreading concentration of crimson runes representing the gates through which the Enslavers continued forcing themselves into real space. Around him stood the commanders of the surviving kill teams. More than 60 Deathwatch had descended upon Calistin Prime. 40 remained combat effective. Some bore burned plate. Some carried weapons taken from dead brothers. One Imperial Fist veteran had replaced an entire vambrace with an emergency brace of exposed servos. A Blood Angel Terminator's armor was blackened by direct plasma wash. None spoke, while Raoul removed every icon from the hololith, except two: the buried gate network and the anomalously powerful psychic presence Cade had sensed at its center. "This is the war," Raoul said. The planet vanished from the display around them. Everything else is distraction. Malthus Cade stood beside the projection, with blood dried beneath one eye and fresh warning glyphs whispering across his psychic hood. The librarian had grown visibly worse since the assault on the astropathic fortress. His hands remained steady. His breathing did not. "The lesser creatures are still cohering around the dominant presence," he said. "Whether by instinct, hierarchy, or simple psychic gravity, I cannot determine. Destroying it may not kill those already manifested, but it should disrupt the network they are using to coordinate the enthralled." Raoul changed the hololith again. The buried city beneath Daedalon appeared in layers, old transit roads and forgotten structures descending beneath the modern hive. "The largest gate concentration lies here. The dominant organism remains deeper." Brother Sergeant Malrek of the Imperial Fists studied the image. "The approach routes are saturated." "They will not be," Raoul replied. He expanded the world map and restored the military fronts. Hundreds of millions of loyal Imperial troops still held defensive positions across Calistin Prime. At first light, every loyal army remaining on the planet will attack. Silence lasted longer this time. A Raven Guard veteran spoke first. "Every front? Yes. They cannot win. They are not required to." The meaning passed around the cathedral. Raoul did not explain it gently. The Enslavers are directing manpower towards psychic nodes and strategic threats. We will give them a threat larger than ourselves. Every surviving guard formation, planetary defense regiment, armored brigade, artillery group, and available engine of the Collegia Titanica will advance simultaneously. The enthralled will respond. Their armies will concentrate against the attack. Their commanders will expend ammunition. Their psychic attention will be divided. Skeld looked at the tactical map. How many men? Hundreds of millions. Casualty projection? Irrelevant. The Space Wolf's helm turned toward the ruined ceiling, where artillery flashed beyond the smoke. You intend to spend an army to hide 40 warriors. Rahl met his gaze. Yes. The Lord General of Calistin Prime objected, because someone had to. His projection appeared above the ruined altar, distorted by atmospheric interference and the static of damaged communications infrastructure. He had lost one eye since Rahl last saw him. A bandage covered half his face, already dark with blood. Behind him, command officers moved through a bunker, shaking beneath continuous bombardment. You are ordering a general offensive along every remaining line, the Lord General said. My surviving armies are exhausted. Ammunition is below reserve levels. Several formations have not slept in 2 days. If I commit everything now, there will be nothing left to defend the hives. Rahl answered, Correct. The mortal commander stared at him as though waiting for the rest of the sentence. None came. Watch, Captain. You are asking me to destroy what remains of my army. Your army was tithed to die for the Imperium. The Lord General's jaw tightened. It was tithed to fight for the Imperium. The distinction is administrative. Rahl leaned closer to the projection. It has finally been given the opportunity to fulfill both purposes. The general looked away for a moment. Rahl could hear officers arguing behind him, some demanding withdrawal, others demanding confirmation from higher command that no longer existed. When the Lord General looked back, something in his expression had gone still. Time of attack? Before dawn. Objectives? Advance until destroyed. The mortal nodded once. There was no speech about honor, no promise that Calistin would remember them, no assurance that their deaths would save the world. The Lord General cut the channel and began issuing orders. Millions started moving before the sun reached the horizon. The greatest conventional battle Calistin Prime had ever known began under a sky already burning. Armored formations rolled from defensive works in columns kilometers long. Lehman Russ battle tanks crossed fields where wrecks from previous engagements lay so thick that crews drove over the dead simply to maintain formation. Chimeras carried infantry forward until roads became blocked and men were ordered to dismount and run beside them. Basilisk batteries fired from prepared pits until recoil mechanisms failed and replacement crews dragged guns into position beside burned-out pieces. Manticores loosed their remaining missile racks in screaming salvos that crossed the horizon like falling stars. Entire infantry armies advanced behind artillery barrages whose boundaries could be seen from orbit. Tens of millions of guardsmen moved beneath regimental banners and devotional standards, while commissars shot men who faltered and priests shouted prayers through amplifiers already cracked by shell fire. Titan engines strode behind them where Legio commanders still remained free. Reaver and Warhound silhouettes passed through smoke like walking fortresses, their weapons turning distant districts into incandescent ruin. The enthralled answered in equal measure. They abandoned defensive reserve positions and poured toward the advancing loyalists in numbers no sane commander would have accepted as sustainable. Controlled Lehman Russ companies met Imperial armor head-on. Battle cannons fired until avenue fronts became walls of smoke and shrapnel. Baneblade-class super-heavy tanks turned their guns upon formations they had been assigned to protect days earlier. Heavy shells struck packed infantry and transformed entire platoons into blood mist. Autocannons tore men apart in ranks. Laser guns fired so continuously that power packs overheated in the hands of men who did not care whether their fingers burned. The Enslavers sent human waves through artillery zones because bodies remained cheaper than time. Men climbed across crater lips, already filled with corpses. Regiments charged over the ruins of regiments. The dead became terrain. Aircraft filled the sky above them. Valkyries, Vendettas, Lightnings and Thunderbolts crossed between hive towers, while enslaved anti-aircraft batteries stitched red and white fire through the clouds. Contrails intersected overhead in vast geometric scars. Gunships exploded and fell, spinning into the fighting below. One burning transport smashed into a tank column and scattered flaming men across the road. Another lost both wings, but continued falling nose first through an enslaved infantry formation, turning hundreds of bodies into red streaks beneath its impact. Every front on Callistin Prime became catastrophe at once. Raal watched none of it directly. The Deathwatch were already descending. They went in by different routes because 40 Astartes moving together would become a target too large to conceal. Raven Guard veterans entered through ventilation shafts and abandoned freight conduits. 2 Terminator elements teleported into lower industrial levels, whose coordinates had been confirmed by earlier reconnaissance, appearing amid storms of displaced air and static discharge with weapons already firing. Corvus Blackstars inserted assault teams through gaps in the bombardment, dropping them into ruined transit hubs before climbing back toward the smoke. Raal's own kill team descended through an emergency mag rail shaft torn open by demolition charges. The armies above died in hundreds of millions so that 40 warriors could move through the hidden spaces beneath Daedalon with fewer eyes upon them. Cade travelled at Raal's side. Vial noticed the librarian's silence long before Raal spoke to him. "You know your purpose," the watch captain said. Cade did not pretend otherwise. "I suspected it. You will expose your presence." "Yes. As completely as you can without immediate loss of control. That boundary may not exist." Raal looked toward him. "Then you cross it until the target responds." Vial's shield shifted. Cade continued before the Black Templar could speak. "And if it reaches me, you hold it. If I cannot, I kill you." Cade nodded. "Then we understand one another." Vial's voice came low through the squad channel. "No." Both warriors looked toward him. The Black Templar had spent most of the campaign waiting for Cade to become a liability. Now his anger came from somewhere else. "You would offer him deliberately," Raal answered. "Yes. He is a battle brother. He is a weapon. Both can be true." Raal's voice did not change. "And both are irrelevant if the weapon is required." Vial turned toward Cade. "You accept this?" The librarian's face was pale beneath the hard light of his hood. "My acceptance is immaterial. Do not answer like him." For the first time, Cade showed something resembling fatigue rather than pain. "Then hear this instead. Your duty is not to preserve my honor, Vial. Your duty is to make certain he kills me before I become a gate." The Black Templar said nothing for several seconds. Then he lowered his shield slightly. "So be it, brother." They reached the first gate complex under heavy fire. The enslaved had fortified an old freight basilica whose lower arches had been packed with transforming psychers. Thousands of controlled soldiers occupied the surrounding galleries. Heavy stubbers opened from firing ports, cut through devotional walls. Autocannon rounds shattered columns. Mining lasers scorched the air. Raal's first command was not a battle cry. "Heavy positions. Second tier. Mark." Sith's Auspex tags appeared across the Deathwatch display. Bolters spoke. Kraken pattern rounds punched through firing shields and detonated inside skulls. A heavy specialist from the Iron Hands fired a frag cannon into a packed gallery and reduced 30 men to a curtain of shredded meat. A salamander with an Infernus heavy bolter swept a side passage with Promethium, trapping an entire assault wave inside burning bodies. The Deathwatch moved forward beneath overlapping fire. Vial led the center with his shield, while Raal and Skeld fired past him. Cord, armor still scarred from Mordaine's flames, destroyed a heavy weapons position with a single close-range blast that threw torsos and limbs against the ceiling. Hale moved behind them, killing wounded puppets that attempted to crawl beneath the formation. The air became thick with propellant fumes, powdered masonry, and blood. Then the Terminators arrived. Teleportation lightning filled the deepest chamber. 4 Deathwatch veterans in tactical dreadnought armor materialized among the enemy, with storm bolters already cycling. Controlled soldiers standing within arm's reach died so quickly that their bodies had no time to fall before the next ranks were torn open. Explosive bolts burst through chests, necks, and pelvises. One Terminator swung a thunderhammer into a cluster of enslaved heavy infantry, and the power field collapsed 3 men inward at once, armor, bones, and organs becoming a single pulped mass against the floor. The Enslavers answered. One phased through the ceiling behind the Terminators. Another emerged from the wall beside Cord. A third remained half inside a bulkhead, while controlled soldiers pressed themselves around its exposed body, living cover whose deaths bought fractions of seconds. The Deathwatch adapted instantly. Plasma fire struck when the aliens became corporeal. Melter blasts seared through layered flesh. Bolters targeted human shields, not because the men mattered, but because their bodies obstructed clean shots. Ral saw the gate complex beginning to close around them. Cade. The librarian stopped. This was the moment. He disengaged the psychic suppression protocols built into his hood. The effect was immediate. The world screamed. Every lumen in the basilica dimmed. Static burst across every Vox channel. Blood ran from Cade's nose and mouth before he had fully opened his mind. He reached into the warp without restraint, not with the focused precision of a librarian seeking a target, but with deliberate exposure. He made himself visible. The Enslavers saw him. Every alien in the chamber turned at once. One abandoned a wounded Terminator and drifted toward Cade. Another phased through 2 walls to approach him more directly. Controlled soldiers stopped firing at other targets and pivoted toward the librarian in perfect synchronization. Thousands of men began moving through the complex from every surrounding corridor. Ral watched their tactical markers converge. Hold formation. The Deathwatch closed around Cade. The librarian stood at the center of black armor and silver arms, while the psychic pressure increased until his vision became red at the edges. He could feel the lesser enslavers now, each mind not human but hungry, remote and terrible. Beyond them was the greater presence. It moved. Cade gasped. Ral heard it. Target? Coming. Confirmed? Yes. Skeld reloaded. Vael raised his shield. Then Cade's expression changed. Not fear, understanding. The armies. Ral checked the tactical feed. Across Calistin Prime, red concentrations representing enthralled forces were changing direction. Entire enslaved armored groups disengaged from loyal formations. Infantry hordes stopped attacking defensive lines and turned toward Daedalon. Artillery batteries shifted fire to corridors leading toward the hive. Aircraft abandoned dogfights and redirected inward. The Enslavers had understood the trap. Cade looked at Ral through blood-filled eyes. It is coming for me. That was the objective. No. The librarian's voice tightened. All of it is coming. The scale became visible on the hololithic map. The Deathwatch had baited the dominant enslaver with one psychic mind. The creature had answered by bringing a world. Ral studied the converging army markers. How long? Cade listened to something no one else could hear. Perhaps an hour. Outside the buried complex, billions of enthralled human beings began moving toward Hive Daedalon. The Emperor's knife had found the heart. Now the body was closing around it. The Deathwatch descended, while the world closed over them. Above Hive. Daedalon, the armies drawn toward Malthus Cade, struck the surviving Imperial lines with such mass that tactical maps ceased resembling maneuver and became simple blocks of color grinding into one another. Hundreds of millions of enthralled men were entering the hive approaches from every direction, and behind them came more, abandoning fortress lines, manufactoria, armor depots, and entire cities because the enslavers had decided that one exposed librarian mattered more than territory. The Lord General's counter-offensive had already achieved its purpose and was now being consumed. Raoul listened to the reports while leading the surviving Deathwatch through a stairwell descending beneath the buried city. An army commander reported his western front penetrated in 6 places. Another said his basilisk batteries were firing directly over open sights because the enslaved had reached the gun pits. A third requested permission to withdraw before 3 divisions were encircled. Raoul denied every request. Continue fire. Target concentrations moving toward Daedalon. If your own positions obstruct the barrage, fire through them. The commander on the other end hesitated. My lord, our infantry are still forward. Raoul stepped over the severed remains of a psyker fused into an ancient doorway. Then they are already where they are most useful. Minutes later, the artillery fell upon both armies. Entire loyal divisions vanished with the enemy they had been ordered to hold, killed not because anyone believed they could survive, but because their deaths purchased the Deathwatch another fragment of time. The central gateway network lay beneath structures older than the Hive, and perhaps older than the Imperium's claim upon Callistin Prime. Human hands had repaired the buried tunnels countless times across millennia, laying Imperial conduits over forgotten foundations, bolting devotional plaques to stone whose original builders had long since become dust. Now every age of construction was buried beneath human flesh. Hundreds of incomplete gates lined the passages. Some shimmered faintly, membranes trembling between ribs grown into arches. Others existed only intermittently, visible for several heartbeats before becoming bare metal and stone again. Cade warned them before the first impossible shift occurred. Do not trust distance. Do not trust sound. Verify everything. Raoul looked back toward him. Define everything. The librarian's face was slick with blood beneath the hard frame of his psychic hood. Everything. The corridor tilted beneath them without moving. For a moment, Raoul felt his weight pull toward the wall, then the sensation vanished. A Vox transmission from Skeld reached him before the Space Wolf spoke. Movement left. Raoul heard the warning through his helm, turned, and only then watched Skeld's mouth grill emit the same words. No one commented. A dead warrior appeared at the far end of the passage, black armor marked with the heraldry of the Mortifactors. Darius Mordain stood there carrying the Infernus heavy bolter that had died with him. Cord immediately raised his frag cannon. Cade snapped, "No physical return." The figure smiled despite wearing a sealed helm and walked backward into stone. The first enslavers came through the walls seconds later. They did not emerge from a single direction. One phased downward from the ceiling, while 2 more appeared through a row of incomplete gates. Another simply became visible in the midst of a squad of enthralled guardsmen who had been standing motionless behind an ancient transit barrier. Raoul fired as soon as the creature gained substance. His bolt struck, burrowing into leathery tissue before detonating and tearing open a black wound. The enslaver flickered and vanished before the second shell arrived. Corporeal intervals shortening, Cade warned. They know when we fire. Cord answered with the frag cannon, but the blast passed through a creature becoming insubstantial and struck the men behind it, converting half a dozen bodies into red vapor. More floating shapes came through the ferrocrete. Their tentacles moved with slow, obscene purpose, while the enthralled surged beneath them. The Deathwatch formation contracted. Vile took the forward lane behind his storm shield. Terminators held the rear with stormbolters cycling. Plasma fire turned sections of corridor white. Melter beams burned holes through walls and human ranks. Alike. Yet for every alien struck, another withdrew between realities before the killing shot landed. Cade changed the terms of the fight. He stopped trying to hide his psychic presence and thrust outward with enough force to make every lumen strip in the passage flare. The enslaver nearest Vael convulsed as if hooked by invisible chains. Its body became fully substantial. Now! Cord fired. The frag blast caught the alien at close range and tore its lower sac apart. Translucent organs struck the wall in wet ropes. A second creature tried to phase, and Cade forced it back again. Bolters hammered into its hide until the body burst. The effort cost him visibly. Blood ran freely from both nostrils. His left eye had become almost entirely red from ruptured vessels. "Do not make me hold more than one," he said. Raal shot an enthralled guardsman through the chest as the man tried to crawl beneath Vael's shield with a grenade. "Then choose well." The Enslavers chose better. A Deathwatch veteran from the Crimson Fists disappeared upward without warning. 3 pale tentacles had phased through the ceiling, wrapped around his arms and neck, and solidified simultaneously. He fired his bolter one-handed into the creature above him, but another tendril caught his leg and pulled in the opposite direction. Power armor seals ruptured first. The left arm tore free at the shoulder with a burst of arterial blood. The warrior roared through the vox and tried to bring his pistol up with the remaining hand. A second wrench separated one leg at the hip. Blood sprayed the walls in heavy sheets. The enslaver continued pulling until the torso split, where abdominal plate met cuirass. The Marine's entrails dropped several meters before the upper half of his body struck the ceiling and disappeared into darkness. Hale looked once at the falling remains and marked the progenoid retrieval impossible. Another veteran died more quietly. Brother Jorvan of the White Consuls halted beside an old shrine niche and raised both hands to his helm. Raal saw the movement and called his name. Jorvan answered with the correct challenge response, then began disengaging his own seals. Vael lunged toward him. Too late. The helmet came free. Jorvan's face was expressionless. Controlled soldiers surged through a side passage, not shooting, but carrying industrial cutting hooks and monoblades. Jorvan lowered his head toward them, as though offering his neck. The first blade opened his throat to the spine. Blood erupted across his breastplate. Vael shot the killer, then Jorvan, putting a bolt through the exposed skull before whatever held him could use the dying body for anything else. "Compromised," Vael reported. No one asked whether the brother had been conscious at the end. The central passages narrowed until the Deathwatch could advance only 4 abreast. That made Cord indispensable. His left arm had never recovered fully from Mordane's promethium, and the damaged augmetics now spasmed beneath cracked armor. He locked the useless limb against his torso and carried the frag cannon one-handed until they reached a fractured column overlooking an ancient concourse. Below them, thousands of enthralled humans filled the floor from wall to wall. Behind the first ranks floated at least 6 enslavers. More shapes moved beyond them, where unfinished gates flickered along the walls. Cord studied the geometry for less than a second. "I require the column." Raal understood. "Granted." The iron hand braced the frag cannon against shattered stone, locking his right arm and shoulder into a firing position that transferred recoil through the pillar instead of his damaged body. The first discharge struck the packed front ranks and erased them. Human beings became a red cloud filled with fragments of ribs, teeth, ammunition, and armor cloth. Cord fired again before the mist settled. The second blast tore open the center of the formation. A third hit an enslaver that Cade had forced into real space and burst it like an overripe organ. The enthralled kept coming. They climbed over the bodies so densely that fallen men vanished beneath the feet of those behind. Cord continued firing. The frag cannon's housing grew hot enough for warning runes to flare across his helm. He ignored them. A piece of shattered ferrocrete struck the exposed organic half of his face, where earlier damage had broken the helmet seal. Flesh opened from temple to jaw. Blood streamed over his mouth and dripped from his chin. His remaining eye did not leave the target lane. "Weapon temperature critical," Wren warned through the vox. "Acknowledged," Cord replied. He fired again. The front of the advancing mass ceased to resemble men. It became a shifting bank of mutilated bodies, torsos without limbs, opened abdominal cavities, crushed skulls and steaming blood that flowed around the corpses in widening channels. The enslaved climbed into it, and died. Cord fired until the barrel shroud glowed dull red. "You will rupture the chamber," Wren said. "Then the chamber is weak." Another discharge shook dust from the ceiling. The pressure came before the dominant enslaver appeared. Ral felt it as a sudden weight behind his eyes. Vael dropped to one knee despite his storm shield. Two Terminators staggered, their massive suits grinding against the deck. Cade screamed and clutched his psychic hood. Every incomplete gate in the concourse flexed at once. The creature emerged from the largest membrane. It was an enslaver. Nothing more needed to be invented about it. No crown marked it. No weapon distinguished it. It was simply larger than the others, its sack-like body scarred by wounds from previous manifestations, its leathery hide stretched around structures that pulsed beneath the surface. Pale tentacles hung from it in thick clusters, like cables severed from some immense machine. Several carried old burns. One ended in a blackened stump that might have been the result of a melter strike days or centuries earlier. Its presence eclipsed every lesser psychic pressure in the chamber. The other enslavers seemed to orient around it instinctively. Cade looked up. The creature looked back without eyes. Then it entered his memories. Watch Fortress Eriok stood before him, not as it was, but enslaved. The great halls of the Long Watch were filled with black-armored Astartes kneeling in perfect ranks, while enslavers floated between them. Apothecaries opened gene seed vaults and fed progenoids into living gates. Watch captains shot one another in ritual order. Kill teams boarded their own strike cruisers and carried infestation toward 1,000 worlds. Cade saw Ral standing over him with a bolt pistol, then Skeld cutting Vial's throat, then Hale carving open living brothers, while something used his hands. "It is false," Cade whispered. The creature showed him Eriok again. This time every detail was correct. The banners, the armor reliquaries, the scars in the floor outside the Librarius, the private chamber where Cade had once spent 12 hours kneeling after his first sanctioned execution. Things the alien could know only because Cade knew them. Blood poured from his eyes. His psychic hood began arcing. "Cade," Ral said. The librarian's knees buckled. "It is inside the memory." Vial stepped toward him. Ral raised one hand. "Hold." The Black Templar stared at him. "He is failing. That is why it remains." Cade heard them, but could no longer see them. The enslaver was closer now, not physically, but mentally, moving through the architecture of his nervous system, with the patient pressure of a parasite finding a pathway through flesh. He felt his left hand go numb, then his tongue. His secondary heart accelerated. Something pulled at the base of his spine. "Do not help me," Cade said. No one moved. "Do not let it disengage." The dominant enslaver became fully corporeal as it pressed harder. Ral saw the change. Fire! The Deathwatch unleashed everything they still possessed. Frag shells struck first. Cord's cannon roared from the shattered column and tore open the creature's lower body. Plasma bolts followed, burning through leathery tissue and exploding organs into white steam. Melter fire struck one side and reduced several tentacles to blackened stumps. Kraken-pattern bolt rounds punched deep before detonating. Storm bolters hammered so continuously that the chamber became a single rolling concussion. The enslaver did not retreat. It forced itself toward Cade. Lesser creatures swarmed around it. Vial advanced behind his storm shield as psychic force hammered the field until the shield's surface blackened and devotional script burned away. Skeld came beside him with a replacement chainsword taken from a dead brother. He severed one tentacle, then another. Pale fluid sprayed across his armor. A third wrapped around his forearm and pulled hard enough to crack ceramite. Skeld drove the chain blade into the limb until the teeth emerged from the opposite side. Cade screamed. The sound changed halfway through. Hale heard it. Not pain alone. Anatomical distortion. The librarian's back arched. His fingers spread unnaturally wide. Beneath the gauntlets, bones shifted with wet internal cracks. His armor registered muscular contractions beyond voluntary control. The enslaver was not merely seizing his mind. It had begun changing the body. "Continue fire!" Cade screamed. Raoul did. The dominant creature burst open layer by layer. Its outer sac ruptured. Black fluid and translucent organs spilled down across the bodies beneath it. Plasma burned a crater through the central mass, large enough for Raoul to see structures moving inside. The enslaver pulsed, wavered, then reached once more toward Cade. For a heartbeat, the creature became almost transparent. Cade recognized what it was doing. No. It abandoned part of itself into the warp. The Deathwatch fire passed through empty distortion. Half the alien's ruined body vanished between moments. What remained collapsed onto the concourse in a wet heap of severed tissue and spasming tentacles. The psychic pressure broke. Cade fell face first onto the blood-covered deck. Hale reached him before anyone else. The apothecary rolled the librarian onto his back and connected diagnoster leads directly to exposed armor ports. Warning glyphs immediately filled his display. Raoul stood over them. Condition. Hale did not answer. Cade's condition. Alive. That was not the question. Hale removed one of Cade's gauntlets. The hand beneath it had changed. The fingers were swollen. The skin had darkened beneath the nails. Several joints were enlarged. Beneath the palm, pale strands of tissue had begun forming where no human anatomy possessed any reason for them to exist. Hale scanned the arm, then the spine, then the chest. His voice became quieter. Structural alteration has begun. Vale stepped closer. Reversible? Hale continued reading. No. Cade opened his eyes. Blood covered the whites completely. He looked at his own hand and understood before the apothecary spoke again. The early conversion pattern matches the gateway hosts. No one said anything. Raoul had predicted this possibility. Cade had accepted it. Neither fact made the sight less final. Above them, a new sound reached the buried city. Not artillery, not machinery. A pressure transmitted through kilometers of hive structure by more feet than anyone could count. Billions were arriving. The first enthralled armies had reached Daedalon. The order to murder Callistin Prime reached the Imperial Navy without ceremony. No proclamation was issued to the armies still fighting beneath its atmosphere. No warning passed to the fortress commanders, whose men continued dying by the million. And no priest was given time to compose a final benediction for the 22 billion souls whose world had been weighed by the Inquisition and found expendable. High above the planet, sealed cipher traffic moved between the quarantine fleet and the Black Reliquary. Cruisers altered their orbital positions. Escort vessels withdrew from projected blast corridors. Deep within armored magazine vaults, ancient weapons whose use required authority few living men would ever possess were brought from stasis under the supervision of red-robed adepts and armed naval ratings who did not know the target until the final seals were broken. Cyclonic warheads were prepared. Machine spirits were awakened through catechisms older than the captains who commanded the ships carrying them. Firing solutions began to form in cogitator banks, while Callistin's surface still burned with loyal Imperial banners. The men below knew only that the fleet had changed formation. Some commanders assumed reinforcements were being prepared. Others believed orbital fire support was coming. None were told that the vessels above them were calculating how best to turn their world into a grave. Severin Raoul learned of the preparation while standing ankle-deep in blood beneath Hive Daedalon. The transmission entered his helm through a private Ordo Xenos cipher and rendered itself across his vision, while the subterranean complex trembled under the weight of billions of enthralled humans converging above. Exterminatus readiness. Confirmed. Fleet awaiting final release. The watch captain read the message once and returned his attention to Malthus Cade, who lay against a broken transit buttress, while Apothecary Hale cut open sections of his black armor. Raoul did not reject the order. He requested delay. 1 hour, he transmitted. The inquisitorial authority aboard the fleet demanded justification. RAL supplied none concerning lives. Calistin remains strategically productive. Its manufactoria sustained multiple crusade fronts. Its armories, orbital yards, and munitions output retain value if contamination is severed. The reply came after several seconds. The distinction was understood immediately. 22 billion citizens were not the argument. Industrial capacity was. RAL continued, destroying a usable fortress world because we failed to exploit one remaining tactical window is waste. The answer returned encrypted beneath the sigil of the Holy Ordos. 1 hour granted. After that, silence would be interpreted as failure. RAL closed the channel. Vael had heard enough to understand. They will burn the world. RAL looked down at Cade. If necessary. Cade's transformation had not stopped when the dominant enslaver fled. Hale had removed his breastplate and one vambrace, exposing flesh that no longer obeyed the geometry of an Astartes body. The skin of his left forearm had darkened almost to violet. Veins stood beneath it in branching ridges, carrying blood toward tissues that had not existed an hour earlier. The fingers had lengthened slightly. 2 knuckles were visibly displaced. Beneath the librarian's ribcage, organ scans showed movement measured in millimeters, but impossible to dismiss. 1 kidney had shifted upward. Part of the intestinal tract had begun adhering to the abdominal wall. Bone growth was accelerating along the sternum and pelvis. Hale moved his diagnoster across Cade's exposed torso, while the librarian remained conscious, breathing slowly through pain that would have incapacitated a mortal. Conversion is systemic, the apothecary said. Neural remodeling has begun along the spine. Secondary vascular structures are developing beneath the thoracic cavity. Skeletal alteration is advancing. Cade turned his blood-filled eyes toward him. Time. Hale checked the readings again. Less than an hour before the body may become structurally viable as a gateway host. Cade nodded, as though receiving an ammunition estimate. He did not ask whether Hale could save him. Instead, he said, "Record everything." Hale looked toward him. "I am recording. Not merely the diagnoster feed. Sequence, sensation, cognitive effects, every symptom." Cade's jaw tightened as something moved beneath the flesh of his abdomen. Ariok must know what happens when an Astartes becomes a host. Ral watched him. "You assume there will be another outbreak." Cade gave a small, exhausted breath that might once have become laughter. "There is always another war." The words carried no sentiment. He closed his eyes for several seconds and continued. Initial numbness in the left hand preceded structural change. Auditory intrusion occurred before loss of voluntary control. Memory contamination increased in proximity to the dominant specimen. I can still distinguish my thoughts from imposed imagery, but the interval required is lengthening. Hale repeated the observations into the Deathwatch archive channel. Cade's body convulsed once. His back struck the support behind him hard enough to chip stone. When the spasm ended, he said, "Continue." The apothecary did. There would be no mercy in the record. If Cade died as intended, his deterioration would become instruction for another kill team centuries later. Above them, Hive Daedalon ceased to resemble a city. It became an abattoir large enough to be visible from orbit. The first enthralled armies reached the outer districts in such density that aerial reconnaissance could no longer identify roads beneath them. Human beings filled avenues from wall to wall, and then filled the streets feeding those avenues. Loyal artillery fired into crowds so tightly packed that every shell killed scores before fragments spent themselves against more flesh. Basilisk rounds struck the advancing masses and excavated craters lined with bodies. Men fell into the holes, filled them, climbed across the dead, and continued forward. Heavy bolter teams fired until ammunition bearers collapsed from exhaustion. Tanks became islands. Lehman Russ crews found themselves surrounded by corpses piled higher than their tracks. Drivers attempted to reverse, and discovered that churned bodies had clogged the running gear. Enslaved infantry climbed onto immobilized hulls, using their own dead as ramps. Some carried melter charges, others carried nothing and simply forced hands into vision blocks, engine grills and weapon housings until defenders opened hatches to clear them. The instant those hatches lifted, the crowd surged over the tanks and disappeared inside. The remaining loyal formations obeyed Rahl's order to keep firing. There was no coherent front anymore. Artillery plotted concentrations by density and dropped shells wherever the enslaved were thickest, regardless of who else remained there. Entire guard companies vanished under friendly fire because their positions lay beneath the advance. Officers called for corrections until their Vox channels ended in static. Commissars shot men attempting to flee and were sometimes shot in turn by soldiers who had become puppets between one command and the next. Armor regiments burned their own fuel reserves rather than allow them to be captured. Munitorum depots detonated in chains of secondary explosions that killed loyal and enthralled alike. At the northern approach, a Titan strode backward while firing into the mass surrounding it, each step crushing hundreds beneath its feet. It lasted 7 minutes before enslaved armor crews concentrated fire upon one knee joint and brought the God Machine down across 3 habitation blocks. The war had moved beyond territory. Every corpse that delayed the advance for another heartbeat became strategic value. Rahl ordered the first orbital strike against his own position's upper levels. The Navy officer receiving the coordinates asked for confirmation twice. Daedalon's upper hive still contained loyal survivors. Rahl confirmed once. The officer did not ask again. High above Callistin Prime, a cruiser rolled until its lance arrays faced the planet. Targeting augers penetrated smoke and ash. The weapons fired. The sky opened. To men watching from the surface, the lance strike appeared as a column of white light, too bright for human eyes. It touched Daedalon, and entire towers ceased to exist. Stone, steel, and bodies flashed into vapor. Millions died within seconds, some incinerated so completely that no corpse remained, others crushed as neighboring structures lost support and collapsed into streets already clogged with humanity. The strike moved across the hive in measured cuts. Another lance descended, then another. Upper transit districts became molten trenches visible from orbit. The subterranean city shook as though the planet itself had begun to die. Ancient ceilings split. Dust and blood rained from above. One shaft collapsed and poured liquid metal downward in glowing streams, droplets hissing where they struck corpses. Cord watched the ceiling buckle and said, "Structural tolerance declining." Wren answered, "Desired effect." The bombardment destroyed millions of puppets and sealed several approach routes beneath kilometers of ruin. It also began burying the Deathwatch alive. Rahl gathered the survivors around Cade. 31 Astartes remained in fighting condition within the central complex, though several carried wounds that would have justified evacuation under any lesser circumstances. There would be no evacuation. Rahl divided them with the economy of a commander assigning ammunition. Malrek would take the first demolition force through the Eastern Gate clusters with plasma charges and melter bombs. Wren and Cord would lead the second through the deeper transit galleries, targeting load-bearing architecture around the largest flesh gates. Scythe would maintain reconnaissance and mark viable withdrawal routes, if any remained. Hale, Viel, Skeld, and 6 veterans would remain with Rahl and Cade until the librarian identified the central rupture. Teleport extraction would be attempted only after confirmation that the gate network was collapsing. If extraction fails, Rahl said, detonate in place. No warrior requested clarification. Malrek locked his bolter against his chest. For the Emperor. The words moved through the gathered Astartes, not shouted, but repeated in hard voices through damaged vox grills. For the Emperor. For the Emperor. Men from chapters that had argued, distrusted and despised one another now acknowledged the same likely death with the same words. They separated. The demolition war began immediately. Kill teams moved through the buried streets, planting charges against transformed psychers, structural arches, and psychic resonator sites. Melter bombs were pressed into walls where human ribs had fused with ferrocrete. Plasma charges were wired beneath membranes that flexed as though sensing the weapons meant to destroy them. Enslaved defenders attacked from side passages in shrinking but increasingly desperate waves. Bolters answered. Ral's team moved slowly because Cade could barely walk. Vael supported him beneath one arm while refusing to acknowledge that he was doing so. The librarian continued giving coordinates between spasms. Gate cluster ahead, 30 meters below current level. 2 active, 1 resonator. Sith confirmed physical movement. Ren marked demolition positions. Somewhere distant, charges detonated, and a portion of the buried city folded in upon itself. Cade's left hand moved without permission. It happened while Ral stood beside him, reviewing Scythe's route projection. The librarian's arm jerked upward with transhuman speed and reached for the watch captain's throat. Ral had time to turn, but not to draw. Vael caught Cade's wrist with both hands. The Black Templar's boots slid half a meter across the blood-slick floor before he stopped the movement. Cade stared at his own hand. "Release me," he said. Vael did not. "Cade," Ral said, "the moment has come." Ral drew his bolt pistol. Cade looked at the weapon and nodded. "Do it." "No." For the first time, anger crossed the librarian's face. "You said when I ceased to be useful. You remain useful. I no longer control my own hand. One gate remains unlocated." Vael's voice turned hard. "Watch, Captain." Ral ignored him. "Can you find it?" Cade breathed through clenched teeth. His fingers continued straining toward Ral's throat inside Vael's grip. "Possibly." "Then you are not finished." The librarian's eyes widened slightly. "You would risk compromise of every brother here for a few more minutes." "Yes." Vael tightened his hold. "This is madness." Ral looked at him. "No, it is expenditure." Cade began to laugh, and the sound broke into a groan as his abdomen convulsed. Hale scanned him. New warnings appeared. Organ migration accelerating. Neural structures are forming along the lower spine. Cade sagged against Vael. "Then give me the few minutes." They reached the lowest mapped chamber beneath Daedalon, while the final minutes disappeared. It had no name in Imperial records. The structure was older than the hive above, a circular transit nexus buried beneath collapsed architecture. Half the chamber had been filled with bodies, not corpses, hosts. Dozens of transforming psychers were fused into the walls, their ribs creating repeating arches around an empty central depression. Cade stopped at the threshold and nearly fell. "There!" Ral saw nothing except flesh and darkness. "Where?" "Below us." Cade closed his eyes. The psychic pressure returned instantly. His body arched. Blood ran from both ears. Vael held him upright, while Hale shouted biometric warnings no one needed to hear. The librarian extended his senses through the buried architecture and found the thing hiding beneath them. The dominant enslaver had not fled randomly. It had retreated to the most advanced gate in the network, a rupture concealed below the nexus, where the deaths and transformations above masked its presence. Cade opened his eyes. 30 meters beneath this chamber, central axis, the gate is already opening. Ral marked the coordinates. "The creature?" "There." "Confirmed?" "Yes." Ral transmitted the location to every surviving Deathwatch unit. Ren acknowledged, Malrek acknowledged, Sith acknowledged. The final assault route populated across their helm displays. Cade sagged again. "Anything further?" Ral asked. The librarian looked at him. "No." That single word changed everything. Ral raised the bolt pistol. Vael released Cade's arm and placed one gauntlet against the librarian's shoulder. For several seconds, The Black Templar said nothing. There was no elaborate prayer left that would matter. At last he spoke. The Emperor knows his own. Cade looked toward him. You almost sound convinced. Vile's grip tightened once. Cade turned to Rahl. The watch captain placed the muzzle against his forehead. Cade did not kneel. He did not ask forgiveness. His left hand twitched again, as something inside his nervous system attempted to move it. Do not let them use me. Rahl fired. The bolt penetrated the skull before its mass-reactive core detonated. Cade's head snapped backward. The rear of the cranium burst apart, spraying blood, fragments of bone and brain matter across the ancient wall. His body remained standing for a fraction of a second in Vile's grasp, then collapsed. Hale moved immediately. He checked the corpse once. Neural destruction complete. Gateway conversion impossible. Rahl holstered the pistol. No one mourned. There was no time. Beneath their boots, something vast moved through the warp and pressed against the final gate. The Deathwatch had lost their only psychic guide. They had also found the door. Without Malthus Cade, the Deathwatch became blind to the part of the war that mattered most. The librarian's corpse remained behind them in the Nexus chamber, his skull destroyed beyond any possibility of becoming a psychic aperture, while 23 surviving warriors of the Long Watch descended toward the final gate by auspex, structural schematics, and the coordinates Cade had bought with his life. There was no longer a mind among them capable of sensing the Enslavers before they manifested. No one could feel the pressure of an opening gateway or distinguish psychic deception from physical truth until the deception acted upon them. Rahl therefore reduced reality to things that could be verified: mass, heat, movement, impact, ammunition expenditure. Brother positioned beside brother. Every auspex return was cross-checked by another warrior. Every junction was marked physically as well as electronically. Every voice transmission carried an authentication challenge that changed before memory could become habit. Above them, billions of enthralled humans were dying beneath artillery and orbital fire. The sound reached the depths as continuous vibration through the foundations, the buried city trembling beneath impacts that killed men by the tens of thousands. The Deathwatch did not hurry. Haste was another opening through which the enemy could enter the mind. Ren cut through the final blast door with a melter beam reduced to a narrow white line. The ancient metal sagged inward, glowing around the wound, and Vale forced the remainder apart with his storm shield. The chamber beyond dwarfed every gate complex they had previously found. It had once been a subterranean transit cathedral, perhaps a terminus built during the Forgotten Centuries, before Daedalon had grown over it. Now the architecture had been transformed without ever becoming alien. Imperial pillars remained, transit rails remained, rusted devotional plaques remained. Human beings had simply been fastened to all of them until the structures disappeared behind bodies. Scores of fused psychers formed the central arch. Their ribs had grown together into interlocking spars. Pelvises had split and fused with the floor. Spines ran upward through translucent walls of tissue. Hearts beat at different heights inside the structure, their rhythms refusing to synchronize. A membrane stretched across the opening, dark and wet and deeper than the stone wall behind it should have permitted. Shapes moved beyond that membrane. Some were distant. Others pressed close enough to reveal pale tentacles sliding across the opposite surface. Hale looked once and said, "All hosts terminal." Rahl did not ask if any could be saved. Demolition status. Ren checked the firing chain spreading throughout the buried network. Incomplete. Cord requires 2 more relay junctions. Eastern charges are linked. Western sequence unstable after the last collapse. Rahl looked toward the iron hand. Cord's armor had been repaired so many times during the campaign that little remained unscarred. One arm still moved badly after the promethium damage. The organic half of his face was bandaged beneath the broken edge of his helm. "Complete it," Cord answered. "Affirmative." No farewell followed. The Iron Hand left with 2 veterans and disappeared into a side passage. The dominant enslaver manifested before they had crossed half the chamber. It came through. The central membrane slowly, forcing its ruined physical shell into real space as though pushing a corpse through water. The wounds the Deathwatch had inflicted upon it remained. One side of its sack-like body hung torn and partially collapsed. Several tentacles ended in blackened stumps. Plasma burns had fused folds of hide together. Dark fluid leaked from wounds that had never closed. Yet proximity to the gate magnified its psychic presence until the chamber itself seemed to recoil from it. Vael dropped to one knee. A Terminator veteran staggered hard enough to fracture the stone beneath one boot. Skeld caught himself against a pillar and growled through his vox. Raal felt something move behind his eyes. Not a thought, but the suggestion that thought itself had become unreliable. Then the voices began. Mordain spoke first. Raal heard the dead mortificator beside him, calm and exact. Captain, Cord is compromised. Oars followed. Fire upon Skeld. Cade whispered. Too late. None of the voices came through the vox. A Deathwatch veteran from the Howling Griffins turned his bolter towards Skeld. Raal shot him before the muzzle completed its arc. The bolt struck beneath the warrior's eye lens and detonated inside the helm. Blood, splintered bone, and fragments of brain tissue sprayed from the rear seal. The body collapsed with the bolter still gripped in both hands. No one protested. Doctrine change, Raal said. His voice carried across every surviving channel. Pairs only. No warrior unobserved. Challenge sequence rotates every 30 seconds. Any unexplained movement is hostile until verified. Any delay in response is hostile. Any attempt to break pairing is hostile. Skeld looked down at the dead Space Marine. Efficient. Necessary. Vael rose behind his shield. And if you fail challenge, kill me. That settled the matter. The enemy attacked from every side. Enslaved elite troops poured through maintenance passages, wearing stormtrooper carapace, naval void armor, and the heavy plate of fortress security units. Surviving tank crews came behind them, carrying demolition equipment ripped from their own vehicles. Servitors advanced with ammunition crates chained to their torsos, directed by human overseers who used them as moving barricades. Enslavers phased among the ranks, appearing inside walls and above the fighting, forcing the Deathwatch to divide attention between enemies that could be shot and enemies that might cease existing before the round reached them. Vael took the center. His storm shield absorbed the first storm of fire, while Raal and Skeld killed over his shoulders. Bolters punched through carapace and detonated inside bodies. A stormtrooper lost his lower jaw and most of his neck, the head remaining attached only by strips of flesh before the next round tore it free. Another was struck through the abdomen and opened from spine to groin, intestines spilling around his legs while the puppet tried to continue firing. Skeld reached him before he could raise the weapon again. The chainsword crossed through the torso and flung a red arc across 3 black-armored Astartes. A Terminator veteran moved into the right passage and brought down his thunderhammer. The power field struck an enslaved heavy infantryman squarely in the chest. The man's torso collapsed inward so violently that his ribs, lungs, and heart were forced through openings in his armor. The body folded around the hammerhead before the veteran kicked it free. He swung again. A second man became a spray of blood and broken plate against the wall. More came. The chamber turned into a slaughterhouse, built around one living door. Raal did not count the dead. He counted ammunition. Second magazine. 3 frag loads. Plasma at half reserve. Promethium exhausted. The enemy had learned their limits. The Deathwatch had learned to speak them aloud. An enslaver phased into existence above the left formation and seized a veteran around the throat. His paired brother fired immediately. The first bolt passed through the alien as it flickered. The second struck when it solidified and burst open one side. The captured Marine fell free, then raised his weapon toward his partner. The partner killed him without hesitation. The enslaver tried to withdraw. 3 bolters hit it simultaneously. Its body came apart in strips. The Long Watch had learned. Cord's voice entered the channel through static. First relay linked. Raal checked the demolition schematic. Second, proceeding. Explosions shook the western tunnels. Cord's signal flickered. Contact. Strength. Excessive. That was all. The iron hand reached the second relay junction, while hundreds of enthralled humans filled the passage behind him. One of the veterans with him had already fallen. The other fired backward until a mining charge blew him apart at the waist. Cord did not turn. He reached the relay housing, tore off its protective plate, and connected the demolition line manually. An enslaver came through the wall beside him. Its tentacles struck before his damaged arm could rise. One wrapped around his chest. Another drove beneath the broken shoulder armor. A third hooked the edge of his gorget and tore upward. Black ceramite split. Cord's remaining organic flesh opened beneath it. Blood poured across his breastplate. The creature pulled. Ribs broke. Part of his chest cavity ruptured outward. Cord dropped the frag cannon. His lungs collapsed. His Vox signal became a bubbling mechanical rasp. Ren heard him from the central chamber. Cord. The Iron Hand's augmetic hand remained connected to the relay. His biological voice was gone. His armor transmitted in its place. Circuit incomplete. The enslaver tore deeper into him. Cord's remaining organic eye burst under psychic pressure. He did not disconnect. His augmetics continued transmitting command impulses after his lungs had ceased functioning. Linking. The demolition rune changed. One relay became 2. Then the entire western chain turned green. Ren stared at the schematic. Cord. No answer came from the man. Only a final Binharik burst from his armor. Circuit complete. The signal died. Ren said, "The chain is whole." Raal looked toward the dominant enslaver. "Then kill it." Skeld and Vael moved together. They did not charge like warriors seeking glory. They hunted. Skeld went left, forcing the creature to react to movement and cutting at tentacles whenever they became solid. Vael advanced from the front behind his shield. Power Sword held close to his body, while Psychic Force hammered the stormfield hard enough to blacken its surface. Blood ran from beneath his helm. Skeld's left eye filled red. Neither acknowledged the pain. The dominant enslaver lashed at them, withdrew between realities, manifested again, tried to seize Skeld, then turned upon Vael when the Templar refused to break formation. Vael began reciting his vows through gritted teeth. "Abhor the witch." The creature struck his mind. "Destroy the alien." His shield arm shook. "Accept any challenge." The enslaver filled his skull with Cade's voice, telling him to lower the shield. Vael roared. No pity, no remorse, no fear. The creature became fully corporeal to dominate him. Raal had been waiting for that. Fire. Every heavy weapon still capable of firing struck at once. Melter beams burned into the alien's central mass. Plasma tore away sheets of leathery hide. Kraken pattern bolts entered wounds and detonated within. The sack opened in layers. Dark fluid sprayed across the central gate. Translucent organs ruptured and collapsed through the wound. The enslaver remained alive. It wrapped 3 tentacles around Vael's shield and pulled. The Black Templar held. Skeld came in from the flank. His chainsword severed one tendril, then another. The third wrapped around his throat. He hacked through it while the teeth screamed against alien flesh. Raal advanced through the fire. The creature turned toward him. For an instant, he heard every dead brother at once. Oars ordered retreat. Mordain told him to surrender command. Cade asked why he had murdered him. Raal did not answer voices that had no bodies. He crossed the final meters, while the enslaver strained against Vael and Skeld. His power sword ignited. The blade entered the open wound beneath the alien's torn sack. Raal drove it into the hilt. The disruption field burned through tissue, membranes, and pulsing internal structures. The enslaver convulsed around him. Tentacles struck his armor. One tore open his pauldron. Another cracked against his helm. Rael held the blade in place. Now Skeld. The space wolf attacked what remained. The chainsword carved through tentacles one after another, each severed limb falling to the deck and thrashing in blood and alien fluid. Vael shoved forward behind his shield and forced the creature deeper onto Rael's sword. The enslaver tried to phase. It could not. Too much of its wounded body remained anchored in real space. Rael twisted the blade. Something central ruptured. The alien collapsed, not into smoke, not into warp fire. It died like flesh. Its body struck the deck with a wet impact, torn sack flattening beneath its own weight, while pale organs spilled through the opening Rael had made. Severed tentacles continued twitching for several seconds. Dark fluid ran around the Deathwatch boots. Skeld stood over it. That was the strong one. Rael pulled his sword free. It is dead. That will suffice. The lesser enslavers reacted instantly. Some fled toward the central gate. Others spasmed in the air as though the loss of the dominant psychic pressure had broken whatever coherence guided them. Ren raised the demolition trigger. Network prepared. Rael looked toward the survivors. Extraction beacon. Scythe activated the teleport Homer. A rune appeared across every helm display. The teleportarium aboard the Black Reliquary began locking onto them. Ren's thumb closed over the trigger. For Cord, Rael said. For none of us. Ren looked toward him. For the objective. He triggered the charges. The buried city turned white. Melter bombs detonated across the gate network in a sequence too fast for the human eye to separate. Flesh arches vaporized from within. Psyker hosts burst apart under heat that reduced bone to incandescent fragments. Plasma charges tore through structural junctions. Entire streets collapsed into lower levels. The central membrane convulsed as the supporting bodies around it disintegrated. Shapes on the other side tried to cross. Some reached halfway. Then the gate failed. Enslaver bodies were severed between realities. Tentacles fell into real space without owners. Half a sack struck the chamber floor and began dying immediately. Other shapes vanished as the membrane folded inward and became nothing but ruptured human tissue. The explosions propagated outward. Kilometers of buried architecture failed. Daedalon began to collapse from below. The teleport lock acquired the surviving Deathwatch as the chamber ceiling came down. Stone, ferrocrete, bodies and molten metal descended together. Rael saw Vael disappear first in a burst of white displacement. Skeld vanished next. Hail, Ren, Scythe. The world became debris. Then Rael was no longer there. Hive Daedalon fell into itself. Entire districts sank as foundations collapsed into the ruined city beneath them. Towers leaned, struck neighboring structures and broke apart. Billions of enthralled humans, still pressing toward the hive, disappeared under cascading kilometers of architecture. Others stopped where they stood. Some collapsed. Some screamed. Some simply stared around themselves for the first time in days and saw what they had done. Callistin Prime survived. That was the only mercy granted to it. Exterminatus was cancelled less than an hour later. The cyclonic warheads were returned to sealed magazines. Naval firing solutions were erased. No celebration followed. More than half the planet's population was dead. Entire hives had been deliberately annihilated. Manufacturum continents were ruins. The purgation lasted for months. Hundreds of millions of surviving men were executed because no authority could guarantee their minds had been freed completely. Guard regiments conducted firing details until rifle barrels required replacement. Mass graves became impossible to dig quickly enough, so bodies were burned in industrial furnaces and open pits. Astropathic institutions were rebuilt from nothing. Every surviving psyker was screened, interrogated, and screened again. The Manufactoria resumed production before the dead were counted. The Achilles Crusade received Callistin ammunition again, while corpse fires still burned beyond the factory walls. At Watch Fortress Eriok, the names of the fallen were entered into the records of the Long Watch: Ors, Mordain, Cord, Cade, and the others whose deaths had purchased seconds, passages, firing lanes, and the final opportunity to close the gates. Their names joined thousands already carved into stone and adamantium. Severin Raal stood before the casualty archives, while an inquisitorial scribe reviewed the final campaign record beside him. The mortal's hands shook slightly as he scrolled through population losses that could no longer be represented meaningfully, except as numbers. After a long silence, the scribe looked up. "Watch Captain, was Calliston Prime saved?" Raal looked at the casualty tally. Billions upon billions. Then he looked away. The Xenos was destroyed. Nothing else was required.
Thank you, brothers, for watching tonight's Hammerlore video. I hope you guys enjoyed the insane Deathwatch story. Before we get going, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see. Be sure to check out the merch in the description below and subscribe for the Emperor.
Brothers, the Emperor demands you ready for battle. Reinforce your war gear at Lawhammer.store with fresh grimdark apparel, accessories, and collectibles worthy of any loyal servant of the Imperium or agent of chaos. New collections emerge from the warp regularly, with new designs constantly joining the armory. The Emperor protects. Lawhammer provides the gear. Gear up and join the crusade at Lawhammer.store.